Hey everybody, welcome to day 2 of the Reimagining Justice Conference. I could not be more excited to be with you today. My name's Neil Voles. I'm the Deputy Director of the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. I'm a returning citizen, somebody with a past felony conviction. And we're really excited about the conversations that are going to take place today with our panels. We have some innovative videos and conversations that are going to inform us, educate us, encourage us, and ultimately encourage us to get involved and advocate on behalf of policies that can change lives and change communities. What do you think, Tanisha?
Neil, I think that yesterday's conversation really put me in a place where I really want to get out there and get involved in my community. I'm ready to start going to those commission meetings. I'm ready to go sit down and talk with my mayor and my senator and tell them what changes I'm ready to be made, what changes I'm ready to have made in my community. Let's get day 2 started.
Yeah, my name is Joshua Underwood. I'm a returning citizen. I'm an author, spoken word artist, motivational speaker, mentor to at-risk kids, baby boy to my mother, brother, and just a productive member of society, a pillar in my community, and a leader. Part of it was what inspired me to get involved in activism, and more specifically the FRRC movement, is number one is I noticed, because I've been acquainted, I'm directly impacted, I'm acquainted with the judicial system. I noticed that there are 3 stages in which there is a breach. It means something's broken in the system, and that is through the juvenile department. And so trying to stop that process, trying to get involved and meet them before they get acquainted or before they get sucked into the judicial system and try to prevent some of that. What's the saying? An ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. So part of just my experience as a juvenile, being broken, coming up in broken homes, being in a juvenile detention center, understanding what it was like to need somebody, an influence, a positive role model, not having guidance, having talents and gifts, but not knowing where to apply them. And so looking back over my own story and seeing how having that would have made a tremendous difference made me want to go back and see what I can do to contribute on the juvenile level. There are men who are incarcerated, who are subjected to all sorts of inhumane circumstances and conditions, and I want to do whatever I can to change that. I was there, I was subjected to it myself, and because of that, I want to do what I can. And the same thing even upon release, transitioning out of the institution, there are so many hurdles, so many roadblocks, so many things that we have to overcome, from housing, in terms of trying to find stable residence, in terms of trying to find gainful employment so that I can continue to provide for my family, my means of protecting my family, not able to bear arms. There's so many areas in which, because at the age of 17 as a juvenile, I committed a crime. I was direct filed and charged as an adult while being a juvenile, and I emerged as an adult. I was never really defined by my conviction. I played baseball, and I was very good, considerably good. Played in high school, played in middle school, I played Little League, I didn't make the grades to play much in high school, but when I did, I excelled. And so what happened is I quit. I got kicked out and I went on about my life. People don't call me a baseball player anymore. You see what I'm saying? I played a little basketball. I joined the team and played while I was incarcerated. People don't call me a basketball player. They don't define me by the team I played for 8 years ago in prison, because I'm not a basketball player. And I'm not a criminal. I'm not a felon because I made some mistakes as a juvenile. And we talk so much about, if a man forfeits his rights, if a man this. I went into the system at the age of 17 years old. I served a 15-year prison sentence, of which I did 14 years. So I go in at the age of 17, I'm not fully developed, I'm guilty of my crimes, but not really able to appreciate the full magnitude of those crimes. And I'm given an adult sentence and told that I have to, go spend 15 years in the Department of Corrections, come out at 31 expecting to rehabilitate myself while incarcerated, make a transformation and come out and be a productive member of society, when I've never been a productive adult in society. But what happened is I emerged. I grew from a juvenile into a man. And society now holds me accountable as a man. I didn't commit crimes as a man. I committed them as a juvenile. I paid my price, transitioned into a man, and here I am in society being told that I'm being judged and being held accountable for things that I just served a 15-year prison sentence for. I'm paying the interest on the debt that should have been paid in full when I walked out of the prison case.
I'm super excited for this next panel. It's called Reimagining Decarceration and Sentencing. I reimagine what decarceration and sentencing looks like all the time because I am a returning citizen. I think that we should be treated fairly and equally just like everybody else. It's also going to be hosted by my colleague, Marquise McKenzie. Neil, would you like to do the introductions for the panelists?
Thank you so much, Tanisha. I'm fired up because I know Marquise is going to lead a great conversation. He's going to be joined by some incredible leaders in the criminal justice reform space, including Katie Bonnet from the Reform Alliance, Sean Hopwood from Georgetown Law, Christian Miner, who helps to lead the Florida Juvenile Justice Association, and Greg Newbern from FAM. This is going to be a knockout of a conversation. You do not want to miss this one. Reimagining Decarceration and Sentencing is coming your way next.
Welcome to Florida Rights Restoration 2021 Reimagining Justice Conference. Did you know that the state of Florida sent more juveniles to adult prison than any other state in the U.S.? And did you know that 49% of those youth who are transferred to the adult system reoffend, compared to 35% of those youth who are kept in the juvenile system? Unfortunately, because of the state that I live in, I was one of those youth. But because of the support system I had from my family that many youth who are transferred to the adult system don't have, I was able to reimagine justice. In 2014, I became a proud member of Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. In 2015, I started Dirtmaster, a residential, commercial, and construction cleaning company. In 2018, I started Community Outreach Enterprise, a nonprofit organization geared teaching entrepreneurship to at-risk youth who've been transferred to the adult system. And in 2019, I became a registered voter, all under the leadership of Desmond Meade and Neil Volz and many great returning citizens across the state. I'm honored to have a well-needed conversation with four great panelists around decarceration and sentencing. Joined by me today is Katie Bonnet, Reform Alliance, Sean Hotwell with Georgetown University Law Center, Christian Miner with Florida Juvenile Justice Association, and last but not least, Greg Newbern with Families Against Minimum Mandatories. And as we go into this conversation, I ask you guys to imagine if it was you, yourself, or a family member who was took out of the juvenile system and charged as an adult. And let's get right into this conversation. How you guys are doing today?
Doing well. Thank you for having us.
Good to see everybody. Thanks for having me here.
Very well, thanks. This is great. Awesome panel.
Thank you. So we jump right into the questions. And this question is targeted to Greg Newbern and Shauna Hotwell. First question is, how are sentences policies impacting people's lives in Florida and across the country?
Go for it, Greg. Oh, wow. That's a pretty broad question right off the bat. It's a good question. Well, I think the answer is that too many sentencing laws are negatively impacting too many people, both in Florida and around the country. So I don't think it's the case that every single sentencing law on the books anywhere is per se bad. The problem is that too many states, Florida among them, have too many sentencing laws that are overly broad, overly severe, and unnecessary, or lead to unnecessary incarceration. That is certainly the case in Florida, where we have more than 100 mandatory minimum sentences on the books, where we have more than 50 drug trafficking statutes that cover a wide range of activity from, from behavior everyone would consider drug trafficking to simple possession of comparatively small amounts of controlled substances, to 10-20 life gun sentencing laws that again cover behavior from everything from robbing a store at gunpoint to burglarizing a home and stealing a gun and calling it armed burglary. So the short answer to that is too many states, Florida among them, have far too many laws that are unnecessarily severe and lead to unnecessary incarceration for thousands of people. And as anybody watching this knows, that in turn has collateral consequences on families, on economic mobility, on the ability to build themselves up and achieve the American dream. And it's certainly the case that states, again, Florida among them, could recalibrate their sentencing laws and save tax dollars, reduce crime, and save families and save people all of this heartache, unnecessary heartache, by more narrowly tailoring their laws and making sure that they're proportionate and just.
Yeah, and I would add to that a whole number of states, I think Florida is included in that, came up with this idea of truth in sentencing, that we're going to sentence people harshly and that we are not going to allow them the ability to earn some sort of early release, whether through parole, probation, good time, earned time credits, or what have you. And that, what it did was created a whole lot more people in our prisons than we ever had before. And the hope is that we have now seen data that says that, the length of our sentences are longer than almost every other country in the world. This doesn't actually make us safer. In fact, people would say that the social cost of incarceration outweighs the sentence we often give to people. And then there's this idea that, one of the things we don't do very well is include, when we sentence people, the entire plate of punishment. So many of the punishments that people receive when they go to prison are what I call extrajudicial punishments, and that they're not even supposed to happen. People are sexually assaulted, people are physically assaulted, people are not treated adequately for mental health and medical issues in prison. And then we never think about the punishment that the person faces when they're out of prison. But, everyone faces punishment when they are released from prison. It just is a different kind of punishment. As Floridians know, prior to a couple of years ago, you could be legally discriminated against in voting rights once you're out of prison. You can still be legally discriminated against on employment, housing, public benefits, and so many things that will impact someone's life long after they leave prison. And my view is that at the very least, we need to tailor those sentencing laws so that we take into consideration all this punishment that, honestly, I'm not certain judges and prosecutors, and certainly not the average American, understands. The one thing I hope that more Americans will understand after COVID is that things like home confinement, which now everyone has experienced, is a punishment and can be used to hold people accountable. And I would hope that more Americans would acknowledge that that could be used in place of prison in many of the cases where we decide to send someone to prison for a long time.
Definitely, thank you. And it almost seemed like going into the system in Florida, you get consequences as a punishment. You get sentenced to incarceration, but also going through that incarceration, you ought to become some type of victim for the hindrance and roadblocks that you may have to face, or things that you may have to face in being incarceration. Definitely appreciate you guys' answers. This next question is directed to everyone. What policy changes related to decarceration and sentencing should we implement, and how do we get there? And we can just go around the room with it.
One recent win for criminal justice reform, and something I'd like to see not just in Florida but elsewhere, is getting rid of cash bail. Governor Pritzker just recently signed a bill. It also had some policing reform in it, and that's a good example of something that a lot of criminal justice reform entities and folks have been trying to achieve for quite some time in multiple states. And I think Illinois, a state that is certainly diverse, has certainly issues with crime on their own, and population-wise pretty high, will be a good case study, so other states can start to follow suit, because the cash bail system is, there's really no rhyme or reason behind it, and it certainly negatively impacts those that just can't afford it.
And I'll go ahead and piggyback off that, Katie. So I think when we think of terms of decarceration, and I look at it, I started out my profession working in reentry services for justice-involved populations, transitioning back into society. So obviously the goal is, reducing recidivism and ensuring success as you transition back to society. So now I work on the front end. And when you look at it, I think decarceration starts with our youth and quelling that school to prison pipeline. You look at a person, a justice-involved adult transitioning back into society, average reading levels around 3rd grade, and that's kind of where you see the school to prison pipeline working. So with the Department of Juvenile Justice in Florida, really there's been a huge shift to prevention and diversionary services. Okay, so in the state of Florida, we're at a 47-year low for arrests. A lot of that's probably attributed to COVID, with law enforcement, not making as many arrests, the courts being shut down. But a lot of it too is that the Department of Juvenile Justice in Florida is really focused on rehabilitation of our youth that are being touched by the justice system, but works more importantly on ensuring that they don't go deeper into there. So in terms of decarceration, increased use of juvenile civil citations. We see massive disparity. That's law enforcement using their authority to provide a diversionary mechanism in lieu of an arrest for a child. And that keeps that asterisk off their record. Okay, so it makes life a lot easier for them. One of the big things we're dealing with, at least from a policy standpoint, our association and many of the stakeholders that are on this line here in Florida, has to do with the expungement process. So in the state of Florida, a child can be arrested with misdemeanor offense. They can be referred to a post-arrest diversionary program, and once they complete it, their record's automatically expunged free of charge. That's great. Decarceration. Let's not have one child's mistake follow them the rest of their life, because where do they go when they lose hope? Okay, where do they go? Now, additionally, for a felony offense, a child can be referred by a state prosecutor to a post-arrest diversionary program, and when they complete it, we're saying, okay, you've made good on your second chance. Your record should go away. Well, in the state of Florida, it doesn't for that felony offense. And that could be a kid who has a marijuana THC vape pen. That could be, they take an iPhone that's just over the felony property theft threshold. It actually stays on their record for 5 years, in which they can petition the courts, or it comes off at the age of 21. So what you see is a kid could be 14. He's applying to jobs. He's applying to the military. He's applying to school, applying to housing, student loans, and he's completed a post-arrest diversionary program for an offense that was essentially dismissed, but it's still on their record. So the bill that we've filed this year, it's Senate Bill 274 and House Bill 93. That's Senator Keith Perry and Representative David Smith. It'll allow a kid, once they've completed that post-arrest diversionary program for a felony offense, their record is automatically expunged free of charge like a misdemeanor, so they can move on with their life. So when you think of that in terms of human capital, we are allowing people to go ahead and move on and in these youth to lead a life of success, so that they don't get burdened with that offense that can oftentimes lead to the adult justice system.
Yeah. So first, I mean, I agree with all of that, what Christian said and what Katie said. Those are all important steps to reduce the number of people we put in the system and ultimately send to prison over the long term. I think in the short term, so prison populations are always a function of who you send to prison and for how long. And for the better part of, say, 3 decades now, Florida's approach to sentencing policy has been to err on the side of sending more people to prison than fewer, and for longer than necessary rather than shorter for necessary. So basically the idea is like, let's put everybody in prison for a really long time, and that way we can be reasonably sure that the crime rate's going to fall. And it has, except it's also fallen everywhere else where they didn't do this. So while I reject the idea that you can know in advance what the right prison population is, it is likely the case that our reliance on overly severe and excessively punitive sentencing laws has led to a prison population that is unnecessarily high, stubbornly high in Florida's case, because we have stubbornly refused to reform any of them. So if you can be reasonably sure that the prison population you have now is artificially high because it's a function of your unnecessarily severe sentencing laws left unchecked for several decades. And I think we certainly can have that reasonable belief about Florida now, given the fact that 1 out of 4 of our prisoners is elderly, and growing as a percentage every year. Given the fact that we've got 7,000 people plus serving life sentences under something like PRR and other long sentencing statutes, we can be reasonably sure that we've got people in prison unnecessarily. And that, again, is a function of our sentencing laws. So if you want to rein that in, then you have to change the sentencing laws. You have to change the length of time to which any of these people is sent to prison, and you have to change the people who are sent to prison in the first place. So the easiest way to achieve decarceration in the short term is to change your sentencing laws. This is something that dozens of states have already done. This is something that the federal government has recently done, all to great success. We don't have to guess about what the result of these things is going to be, because other states have already paved the way. We know that the objections are not based in fact. We know that any of these objections are ultimately fruitless because other states have already done these things, and it's worked. Then the objections have proven not to have come true. So there are several things that Florida could do to rein in the prison population through sentencing reform, and these are easy, right? Oh, they should be easy because other states have done them, and then they're all evidence-based, they're data-based. These are things that should be no-brainers. The first, of course, is repeal our mandatory minimum laws. Like I said, we've got more than 100 of them. We should have 0. We should make those repeals retroactive. We should adopt second look legislation, which allows people to have resentencing hearings after they've served some portion of their sentence to ensure that the sentence remains appropriate, or if it was never appropriate in the first place, so they can take a second look. We need to adopt elderly release mechanisms that Florida doesn't have. We need to empower the Department of Corrections to take a census of its people and say who needs to be here and who doesn't. And if someone is elderly and is no threat to public safety, the DOC should have the authority to release that person. We need to expand access to conditional medical release. If someone is infirm, but not necessarily completely incapacitated or permanently incapacitated or nearing death, but again, their health problems make them such that they are no threat to anybody, well, the DOC should know those people, should be able to identify them, and should be able to release them. I think we need to establish emergency furlough authority. This is something that the Department of Corrections can already do, but they pretend that they can't. So the statute should read that the DOC should have emergency furlough authority or emergency release authority. And then finally, as Sean mentioned earlier, we need to establish a more robust system of rehabilitation credits to incentivize the participation in rehabilitation programming and recidivism reducing programming. And, you know, just like on the outside, nobody works unless they get a paycheck. You need to incentivize these things for people inside by giving them a little time off their sentence if they complete the things that we know that will help them upon reentry. So there is absolutely no shortage of things that are evidence-based and common sense and would have unambiguous improvements on outcomes both inside the system and outside the system. It just takes the political will to do it. And so far, the legislature hasn't had that political will, but it doesn't mean that it's not the right thing to do. It's obvious. And as soon as they find the courage to do it, they'll do it, and then it'll work.
Yeah, piggybacking off what Greg said, I mean, ideally, what you'd want is the state legislature to go through first before they even get to sentencing and decide how many of these thousands of state statutes, how many of these thousands of criminal laws do we actually need? For the bulk of our history as a country, we relied on civil penalties to get people to do the right things. It's only been the last 40 years where we have turned everything into a crime. I joke with my students at my law school, but I think it's absolutely true. In any particular jurisdiction in the United States, you are subject to 5,000 federal criminal laws and around 2,000 to 5,000 state laws, meaning most everybody in the United States has committed a felony at some point in their life, many of them unknowing. And ideally, if you were going to go back and re-examine which laws still need to be criminal and which don't, you would want to go back and reevaluate the statutory minimum and maximum, as Greg said, for every offense. The problem, of course, is that state legislatures rarely want to do this. And so, you know, my view is having overlapping second look remedies on the back end is probably the easiest fix today that we can get. in that you need a second look provision that allows a judge to go back and reevaluate a sentence. But sometimes people have very bad sentencing judges who think that the harsher the sentence, the better. And so you would want not just a judicial second look, you would want an executive second look in the form of a robust clemency apparatus where the governor and the executive branch is looking at cases to decide who no longer needs this long punishment and who has rehabilitated themselves and would not be a threat to public safety if released. And then again, as Greg noted, you know, there should be mechanisms for more good time in Florida. I recently spoke to all of the wardens in Florida's prisons at the Department of Corrections, and I told them, like, there should be no group of people in the state of Florida that should want the Florida legislature to pass a law providing more good time, because the result of that would be less violent prisons and a less violent working area for those people who are working in prisons. And, you know, extra good time has shown that if you incentivize people in prison to take programs, meaningful rehabilitation programs, you lower their risk of recidivism, making it less likely that they're going to come out and commit a new offense. These are common sense approaches that have happened in states around the country. 34 states from 2010 to 2017, 34 states both reduced their prison populations and watched crime go down. And so there is definitely a precedent set for doing these common sense reforms.
Thank you. All great responses. And if I could add something to it, and what I get from it is that we all agree that the sentencing laws need to be revisited. And I know at firsthand, revisiting those sentencing laws can impact prisons across the state of Florida, just for the fact that, you know, individuals who have lengthy sentences, they can't even participate in certain programs. So you have a lot of individuals that are incarcerated, are left intended, can't get the proper education or try to rehabilitate themselves because, again, because of the length of their sentences, they just basically have to sit and rot and just find stuff to get into. And I definitely think revisiting those sentence laws will help. Thank you, guys. The next question will be targeted to Kristen Maynard. What success and challenges have you seen in terms of decarceration and sentencing reform? What lessons can be learned from juvenile justice issues in particular? And can you talk more about SB 274 Juvenile Justice Bill?
Yeah, again, when you go back and you highlight, you know, we are at a 47-year load with the Department of Juvenile Justice. For those that are familiar with Chairman Jeff Brandis, who's kind of like the real OG of criminal justice reform in the state of Florida. When you talk about, you know, the DOC and DCF systems, he's oftentimes pointed to DJJ as working. And again, you know, what we've seen is we've diverted kids that shouldn't go, not only to be direct filed into the adult system, but as we've diverted kids that shouldn't even go into secure residential or non-secure residential settings, what we've seen is we're starting to treat kids in the residential settings that really have a lot of underlying, whether it's substance abuse or mental health issues. So with that being said, we're starting to serve all of the right populations. And with that, that's where we've really seen the successes. So, you know, keep kids that don't need certain treatments out of that system, you know, and get those that need it in there. Again, 274 was born out of success stories on kids that were completing post-arrest diversionary programs. And again, this is when a state prosecutor is making the right decision. They're going, this is a kid that deserves a second chance. And you know, what we had was a number of the kids that had gone through such programs. They came back to us and they talked about their struggles. And having, you know, been told that they got a second chance, they completed a diversionary program for a felony offense, but it was still haunting them. If it's a drug offense, oftentimes they won't give student loans. When it's a military, they oftentimes have to go through a waiver process. Housing is even harder, and we have to keep in mind, like, this is not even a young person that's been convicted of anything. This has been when you complete that program, that's a dismissal. So I mean, you can only imagine what kids are dealing with you know, that have had convictions. But more importantly, SB 274, it would open it up for 26,000 kids. That's 26,000 kids that would be eligible under this premise. to have their records automatically expunged. That's 26,000 kids that can move on, and they can actually look at an employer when you know there's questions regarding arrests and records, that they can sit there with a straight face and they can say, you know, absolutely not. I've not been convicted of anything. You know, that this I don't have an arrest record. And again, that really speaks volumes as to keeping kids from going one way or the other, because the real overarching thing that we were dealing with when kids were coming to us with relation to this bill, and the word that they constantly used, they said that they said they felt hopeless. And you know, we had one young man said, well, I had a college scholarship, I lost that. Well, I tried to get housing, but the arrest was still on my record, so I couldn't get housing. Then I tried to get grants and I tried to get student loans, and I couldn't get that, and I couldn't get a job, so I sold drugs. So what are we doing? You know, what are we doing if we're telling kids, okay, you get a second chance, and then we're allowing an asterisk to follow them? You know, what are we doing? And this bill last year made it all the way. It went all the way through the process. It went to the floor, and it was on its way to the governor's desk, and some last minute back and forth between the House and Senate. It died. I'm happy this year. What we've seen is a massive bipartisan coalition in both the Florida House and the Florida Senate, and really a lot of coalition building, you know, from you know, groups at the ACLU, you know, working with like the James Madison Institute, you know, just and what we're seeing amongst legislators is that everybody knows a kid that's been touched by the justice system. Everyone knows that these are kids whose brains are still developing, that, you know, that frontal cortex is still developing. They're acting more reactively, you know, and while that brain's developing, should we punish these kids? And really, you know, that's the success of this bill. I think that this year we've got a good chance at sending it to the governor's desk for signature. Again, great bipartisan support. I think this is really just kind of the tip of the iceberg, though, still at what can be done with the juvenile justice system. There's still a lot of work to do. Like Katie said, I think cash bail is something that has to be tackled, and the impact that has on the entire system itself. I think that one of the things that we're really going to need to tackle too is parity in the issuance of civil citations amongst law enforcement, and some standardization amongst law enforcement as they're receiving those. You know, you have one judicial circuit where there's a affluent white kid that gets a civil citation, and then, you know, in the next judicial circuit, you know, right neighboring there's a kid that commits the exact same offense. He's a minority kid, and he doesn't get a civil citation. He gets arrested. You know, where do we come up with parity for this, so that we're not, you know, that there's got to be equality in how we're administering justice. You know, not just those kids that have the resources and the affluence to go ahead and be, you know, referred to a civil citation program, you know, due to their skin color. We need to ensure that, you know, within the juvenile justice system, we are continuing to advocate for parity on all fronts.
Thank you. Next question will be targeted to Katie Bohead. What lessons have we learned about decarceration and sentences in the context of COVID-19?
Sure, awesome question. And I'm sure some of my fellow panelists will have some insight here too. But I do think that things like decarceration and the plight of those that are currently incarcerated certainly saw a magnifying glass with COVID-19. A lot of people that it never really crossed their minds. And in the very beginning of the pandemic, even though Reform Alliance's focus is parole and probation reform, we're still relatively new. So we pivoted pretty quickly and worked with a lot of researchers and partnered with a lot of groups, certainly a bipartisan coalition, to come up with a safer plan, which were protocols we were recommending for jails and prisons to prevent the spread, because for very obvious reasons, to physically distance the way the CDC recommends, 6 feet or 3 feet, is very difficult in a jail or a prison. So spreading the disease could obviously spread very quickly. Florida, unfortunately, was a state that did not adopt most of those recommendations. Other states, we certainly had more success. I would say things like visitation, was postponed, but that certainly negatively impacts those that are incarcerated and their loved ones, but certainly limited the spread. What other protocols did Florida adopt? I think that was it. Even transfers, they picked back up in the middle of April, and we certainly saw a serious uptick in those that are incarcerated and those correctional officers that work in jails and prisons, a huge uptick in the summertime in Florida. I think we also saw that there weren't really a lot of changes that occurred in the way that they were operating as a result in that uptick. But that being said, some of the recommendations that Greg touched on earlier, things like compassionate release, certainly as it relates to parole and probation, things like remote reporting when it comes to those that are under supervision have been done out of necessity in a lot of places, whether it's federal or state, because of COVID-19. And just as also Greg mentioned, nothing really bad happened. And even those on the correctional side or parole and probation officer side of things really enjoyed those too, because they were protected as well. We also were very fortunate to just fulfill an immediate need. Jack Dorsey, who founded Twitter, gave us $10 million earmarked to just distribute PPE to jails and prisons. A little over 400,000 of those just went to Florida. But we did make sure that every facility that did receive this PPE signed something that said that they were going to be equally distributed for those that are incarcerated and those working there. So that it wasn't just going to the correctional officers. I know we saw in the very beginning of the pandemic, Pride, which is a company that employs those that are incarcerated, was making masks just for those COs. So we saw the disparity there and did our best to make sure that there was equality in distribution. I think that, so anyway, I do think, this session, we don't have a bill currently, like some of my partners here, but next year, I hope we can piggyback on some things, again, like out of necessity that COVID-19 has had us do as it relates to supervision, certainly remote reporting being one. Tech violations is really core to how we were founded by Meek Mill and his issue with this going back and forth, and that had a lot to do too with the judge that he was assigned. As Christian mentioned earlier, there is a lot of disparity between the sentences that are given because of just the judge that you're in front of. So that is all I have to say there. If anyone has anything else to say, COVID-19, a lot going on with criminal justice reform for sure.
Yeah, Katie, just real quick, I love that you touched on like technical violations, because the Department of Juvenile Justice is actually running a bill, and a lot of it was born out of COVID, but also on ensuring that we're not further damaging kids. So their agency bill actually would allow for, kids that have committed failures to appear or a violation of probation, technical violations. They've actually added an extra layer of review, which would take, judges, state attorneys, criminal defense, and all the public defenders, bring them together. And so instead of a kid being picked up and just thrown into detention setting for like a technical violation or a failure to appear, they're actually going to go before a judge and get a hearing to actually consider those. Because I think what we've seen, a lot of these kids, it's like they go home, they take 4 steps forward and 8 steps back. And they get these technical violations for things that are outside of their control, whether it's like their family setting. They go home to just turbulent family settings. A lot of them don't have transportation because they're from economically disadvantaged backgrounds. So you see these technical violations and you see these failures to appear. And in the past protocols, been pick the kid up, put him in detention, and let's deal with him after that. It's like, how are we further traumatizing this kid by arresting him for a technical violation or a failure to appear because something that was out of his control, and putting him back in a detention setting where you could be there on like you could have violated probation for a rather, onerous and very low level offense, and you're put back in detention with some kids that can commit some pretty serious offenses. So their agency bill this year would actually allow that extra layer of review. It also will help relieve the burden, the fiscal burden on detention right now. We're seeing massive budget cuts here in the state. So it's a really good move that the Department of Juvenile Justice here has really championed, and the bill is moving, and I really think it'll help take into account a lot of the factors that impact kids when it comes to technical violations and failures to appear, and it's really it's what's going to work best on their behalf and their well-being, and ensuring that they're moving forward and not being set back by rather simple offenses.
Definitely. Thank you
Christian,
so much.
what's that bill number, if you don't mind? I feel like I'm moderately familiar, but just for my
Yeah, it
knowledge.
is House Bill 885 by Renee Placencia, and then criminal justice champion Jeff Brandis has Senate Bill 1166.
Great. And the next question will be targeted to Kristen Miner and Greg Newborn. Policies around decarceration and sentences can be controversial issues. How do we reshape people's perceptions on sentences and decarceration when you're the goal of reform?
Yeah, it's a good question, and in a lot of ways, it's the most important question. If we want to succeed in passing legislation, then we have to persuade the people who are accountable to voters that this is the right idea. I think we have a lot of assumptions that are baked into people's responses when they hear something like, let's revisit sentencing laws. I think there are decades of just reflexive, mindless bits of things that you pick up here and there that don't really amount to a coherent or intellectually consistent worldview, but they're just like little bits that you hear, and you kind of, they shape your intuition when you hear something like, we should repeal mandatory minimums. And that can be difficult to overcome. I think the most effective way to overcome that is by telling stories of people who are negatively impacted by these laws. It's certainly been the case that, in my experience in Florida, those stories have been the most compelling. We told people about how many, we told legislators how many people were sent to prison under 1020 life, how much money it costs every year to incarcerate people under 1020 life for aggravated assault and so on. But it was only until I walked into Neil Cumby's office and told him about Marissa Alexander, and told him about Eric Wyant, and told him about a handful of real people who were going through the nightmare of being sentenced to 20 years in prison for firing a warning shot, that we finally gained traction in passing that legislation. There's only so much that simple academic data can get you. You have to be able to show the real human impact. And as Christian says, I guess we have to call him criminal justice reform champion Jeff Brandis. We'll put that in front of his name every time. But as he says, the most effective thing is a mom and a story. And I think families of incarcerated people in Florida have done a tremendous job, and directly impacted people, returning citizens, have done a tremendous job over the last few years of organizing and mobilizing and sharing their stories with their individual legislators, coming to Tallahassee and sharing their stories. They're getting smarter, they're getting stronger, and their stories are being heard in ways that they have not been heard previously. And over time, I'm of the opinion that it is simply impossible over time for any legislature, even this one, to hear these stories over and over again and simply remain intransigent. Eventually, you have to move your back row when you're playing checkers, right? Like, eventually you have to do it. And I think that pressure comes from directly impacted people and families of incarcerated people telling their stories, the stories that are just unambiguously wrong. I mean, it is just wrong to send a person to prison for the rest of his life because he has a drug problem, goes to prison, gets out, still has a drug problem, and commits a robbery. It's wrong, but that's what we do. But nobody knows we do that until we tell the stories. And when we tell the stories, then they know, and then you can fix it. And like, so right now we're sort of at that, like, tell the story and fixing it. And we've just got to keep telling those stories until the legislators cannot do anything but fix it, because they won't until they can't do anything else. Right. And when you have 100,000 people, 90,000, 80, whatever it is, in prison at any given time. And for the past 20 years, I think the average prison population annually in Florida has been about 90,000. Well, when you have that many people over that long a period, those families, those people, there's a lot of people out there who have been directly impacted by this. Eventually, and especially thanks to FRRC, eventually they're going to vote. And you better damn well be ready for it. Because if you haven't done anything, if you've completely and utterly ignored this massive group of people who is becoming stronger and smarter over time, you're going to lose. So if you care nothing about justice or efficiency or public safety or what's right and wrong, and the only thing you care about is your political hide, even then, you ought to get on the train, because it's leaving the station and you're going to get left behind.
I'm with you there. I'm actually with Greg there. I mean, this is done at the ballot box. Okay. I mean, look at what the Florida Restoration Rights Coalition, it's done at the ballot box. And I think oftentimes we see people fixated on like senatorial races, presidential races. How about the ballot box for local positions in your community? State prosecutors, sheriffs, school superintendents. These are the people, I mean, when we talk about things in terms of criminal justice reform, of course, you have the legislature, the members of the House and Senate, they make laws. They make laws that we can change. But how about the people that are directly there on the front lines and that are the safeguards and control that valve as to who those laws are being executed on? That's your state prosecutors and that's your sheriffs in the community. I mean, people oftentimes don't understand in rural areas here in the state of Florida, sheriffs have more power than the members of the House and the Senate. I mean, look at Broward County. We elected a young, progressive, great state prosecutor there, Harold Pryor. He's talking about diversion, decriminalization of marijuana offenses, diversion for marijuana offenses, driver's license suspension issues, so on and so forth. You look at, Angela Corey in Duval County was direct filing more youth into the adult system than like every state prosecutor in Florida combined. Well, we voted her out. Okay. We voted her out, and direct files are down exponentially. This is done at the ballot box, and you got to care. And outside of, as Greg's saying, stories, stories, but also creating awareness at the local level as to the people, and having awareness as to those people at that level that you're voting for. It's critically overlooked, the level of engagement that these individuals have in your life, because the average person commits multiple felony offenses every single day without even knowing it. And it's a matter of getting caught. So if you're not electing people at the local level that are enforcing these laws, in the right way, at some point, trust me, you're going to fall victim to it. At some point, you will. And again, the ballot box, I can't agree with Greg more.
Definitely, and I couldn't agree much more. Once we start educating our community around these issues and who can actually make those policy changes, I definitely see a lot of political things are changing, especially in the criminal justice reform. Appreciate that. This question here is targeted to everyone. What is the action that people, whether policymakers, advocates, communities, or returning citizens, can take to support Reimagining Justice and decarceration and sentencing?
I think it takes a lot of things. Educating more American people on why you cannot say we are the land of liberty on the one hand, and on the other hand, know that we incarcerate people at a greater rate than any other country on the planet. How to explain to them that that doesn't make us safer. In many ways, it perpetuates intergenerational cycles of incarceration. and creates new crime victims every day. And you know, it requires not just educating the American public, but also policymakers. And sometimes, you know, the one thing we left out about one remedy is sometimes it takes the heavy hand of litigation and filing things in court and getting judges to strike down laws as unconstitutional, or getting judges to say that certain conditions are just beyond the pale. They're so bad that they violate the Eighth Amendment. So, you know, it takes people pushing from all sorts of directions. It takes advocates to lobby policymakers. It takes pro bono lawyers to bring lawsuits, but it also just takes all of us to talk to our friends and neighbors. You know, most of the people that I grew up with had no idea about how bad the criminal justice system is, and I talk to them about it. And I'll tell you, I get tons of mail every day from moms who had no idea how bad the criminal justice system was until their son or daughter gets caught up, and then they are furious. I spent a lot of my time trying to think how to make people furious before their sons and daughters end up in the prison system. So I think, you know, talking to people, as many people as you can, wherever you can, about these issues is really important.
I can't stress, I think, enough buy-in from the small business community and the business community in general. Okay, having worked, starting my career on the back end, doing reentry and transitions stuff out of adult corrections, and then seeing it on the front end, doing juvenile stuff. I tell you what, when I was representing a reentry provider, our best relationships and what was key and critical for success for justice involved populations was a job. And these men and women were employed with local employers in the community. And I tell you what, until these local employers knew the hardships that these individuals had endured and how much a job meant to them, they're the best employees ever had, because we're all human. One mistake the mistake doesn't define your work ethic. It doesn't define how you're going to proceed forward with your life. If anything, you're going to have a greater respect for the opportunity you have. In the small business community, it's absolutely critical. And until we start involving, you know, oftentimes the small business community, when they're not involved, they'll complain about crime. Well, my business has experienced crime. Okay, well, what are you doing? You know, what are you doing to ensure that crime doesn't occur? Are you providing opportunity? You know, if you're not complicit in helping, then you're going to be a victim of it on the back end. And that's, I really believe that until we can unify the small business community in on this issue, it's never going to really go to the extent that it can as it pertains to reform.
Yeah. Anyone else want to add anything to it?
I think both Sean and Christian definitely highlighted two important points, and also even to harken back to the stories as well. Cut 50, which still exists, and Van Jones was a part of that, as well as Dream Corps, and was a big part of the First Step Act. You know, to cut the incarcerated population by 50% in 10 years. They came up with Day of Empathy, and that happened to coincide this year with the first day of session, but still a big deal nationally. And I think when we talk about the stories, which, by the way, all of you all do such a very amazing job, it's really hard to get folks to share some of their stories, especially publicly or even just with a legislator. Like, that takes a lot of trust building and really carving out your own space as advocates and allies. So congratulations on that, because that is not something that happens overnight either. But just, you know, I think that's one place where COVID-19 has been helpful. A lot more like these things that we don't think about in our day to day. Just try to think about being in someone else's shoes, you know, what that must feel like, how frightening that must be if you're an immunocompromised, you know, over 65 person that's already been in for 20, 30 years, and that's probably where you'll remain. You're frightened. I mean, there's already so many things that you're facing if you're incarcerated. So I do think COVID-19 in a lot of ways has been an equalizer and helping us understand one another, and same thing with the job too. I mean, what a great example. You know, a lot of us know and are very familiar with Operation New Hope. that do a really awesome job in the Jacksonville area and a few others for reentry and employment. And the vote, that's such a huge one. I serve on the board of the League of Women Voters proudly. Voter participation is so huge, and FRRC, you guys really wrote the book on it. You're not just really well respected here in Florida, nationwide. My partners in other states with reform are really excited about this conference. So thanks for having me and for putting this together.
Yeah, and one good piece of news about voting, at least in another state, my good friend and formerly incarcerated state legislature, Tara Simmons, who's a representative, just got a bill passed yesterday in Washington that automatically renews the right to people to vote the second they get out of prison. So, FRRC has made it possible for other states to go down that route as well.
Definitely. Well, I definitely appreciate you guys for joining this panel today. And the last question I have for you guys, if you can reimagine justice in one word, what would it mean to you?
Can I go last?
I can go first. I've got one. If you ask me what the criminal justice system needs top to bottom, the word that always comes to my mind is grace. We need to have grace for people that make mistakes, and the goal should be to hold them accountable and punish them, but not cripple them, because that doesn't serve any of us very well. And, I tell you that I've had federal judges, FBI agents, federal prosecutors, a number of different people in various professions come to me over the years and say, you know what, if I had gotten caught for the things I did in my teens and 20s, I would not have this job today. So I feel like people just need to giving grace in the form of second chances, even to people that commit crimes, is a necessary thing for the justice system.
Piggybacking off of grace, hope. Give people hope. People respond to adversity different ways. When people get in trouble, some people shut down because they feel they have no hope. They have nothing to look forward to. Whether it's a kid that's been touched by the justice system or an adult. What hope is there for a life of success post that interaction? When people lose hopelessness is when they give up, and they tend to revert back to whatever poor decisions led them to where they're at. So, whether it's hope to be able to vote again, hope to be back with your family and have your family be made whole again, hope to get a job or pursue higher education, just hope.
Since Greg wanted to go last, I'll borrow from Dream Corps and say empathy, but I do think that that's through multiple lenses, not just for those that are incarcerated or returning citizens. That's also for those working in correctional facilities. That's also those doing the policing. That's also those in the courts system, for families that have, or others that have loved ones that are currently incarcerated. I think empathy will create some better balance in this trinity that is, the criminal justice system.
All right, I'm gonna reject the premise of the question, because I don't think that justice needs to be reimagined. Justice is just fine. We need to reimagine the ways that we do things that lead us away from traditional conceptions of justice. Justice, in my estimation at least, includes things like grace and hope and empathy and proportionality and all of these things. Collectively, that's what we just call justice, due process and fairness and making sure that rights are respected throughout the process and so on. A system that is routinely over-criminalized is not a just system. A system that routinely and structurally leads to unnecessary incarceration is not a just system. a system that routinely and structurally throws people away and never gives them any opportunity to redeem themselves is not a just system. So it's not justice that needs reimagining, it's us. Like, we need to reimagine ourselves so that we can orient our structures more closely to traditional conceptions of justice. So I mean, I don't know if that, I know that's not one word, but I mean, that's what I would suggest that we do. Look inward rather than outward.
Definitely. And again, I thank you guys so much for joining me on this well-needed conversation, and we appreciate all of the things that you guys are doing to contribute to these efforts. Thank you.
Wow, that was a panel. The way Greg just kind of took our Reimagining Justice theme and turned it on its head, that's exactly what we were hoping to see from these panels, is that we want folks making us think, encouraging us to get involved, and helping us all reimagine justice together so that we can move forward in the state of Florida. I want to thank all the panelists and Marquise for that wonderful, wonderful panel discussion that we just had. What'd you think, Tanisha?
Neil, I have to agree. That was definitely a powerful, powerful panel. Like you said, Greg just took our whole theme and turned it upside down. That was the best part. I truly enjoyed that. If you guys enjoyed that too, drop some emojis or some thumbs up in the chat.
I was sentenced to 180 days, I believe, of jail, county jail, and 2 years of house arrest. Prior to my conviction, I voted all the time. I was charged with drug trafficking and possession, I believe, of marijuana. I used drugs, and I used different types of drugs. I drank alcohol, and I lived a double life. And I was functioning. I held a really good position. I worked for the federal government, and I did well. And but it was a double life. It wasn't straight and narrow. It was two different people. I would say it started when my little brother passed away. His death propelled my drug use, and I felt lost, and he was a part of my life that I felt was gone, and didn't find the only way that I could deal with it was my use of drugs. I was terrified, I was scared, and it was the worst experiences of my life, and I just continued to drink and use drugs. When I was going through court because of my arrest in 2008, I didn't know how long I had to do in prison. If it was 99 years, my life, I was living from month to month, not knowing my future, not knowing if I was going to be there for my children. I could not face another year fighting this. So I spoke to my attorney, and we ended up that's when the plea bargain came in, and I just pled, and I pled out to a purchase of cocaine, which is a second-degree felony. It made me a convicted felon. I was adjudicated guilty. I signed up for a marathon because when I run, it's my meditative, I speak to God through running. And whereas CrossFit gives me that strength, running gives me that meditative time that I speak to God and I listen for what He has to say. And one day I was on fire for God. I was like, I love you, Lord, and I was on fire, and I just signed up. I don't know what I was thinking because it's 26.2 miles, but I was on fire and I said I was running for him. So I said, I will run those 26 miles for you. And, you know, I served my time. I did what I've had to do. And the policies that they have in place make it difficult for you to get your rights restored in a timely manner. It takes forever, and I cannot vote, and that is I feel like I don't have a voice.
She has obtained a master's degree, and she's moving on in a very progressive way. And everyone deserves a second chance.
Our next panel is Reimagining Incarceration and Supervision. This is one that really cuts to the heart of what we're talking about with this conference. I know it also touches on the really important topic of COVID. I hope that they unpack that a little bit and talk about how COVID has shined the light on incarceration and supervision here in the state of Florida. I'm excited for this panel. Tanisha, what do you think?
Neil, I'm super excited about this panel too. And again, as you said, it's called Reimagining Incarceration and Supervision. And when I reimagine incarceration and supervision, I want to think about how can we make our communities safer. So that's what I'm hoping to hear out of this panel. And it's going to be hosted by my colleague, Chasmin Barnes.
Oh, Tanisha, I'm so excited to see Chasmin lead a conversation about incarceration and supervision with some incredible leaders like Samantha Carlos from the Miami-Dade College, Mark Levin from the Council on Criminal Justice, Denise Rock, who leads Florida Cares, Robert Rooks, who leads the Reform Alliance, and Kate Trammell from Prison Fellowship. This is a must-see conversation, so tune in. It's coming your way right now.
Welcome to Reimagining Incarceration and Supervision. I'm Chasmin Barnes, Policy Assistant in the Policy Department at the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. I'll be your moderator for this session, and we have a well-gathered group of panelists joining us today. On our panel today, we have Samantha Carlo, professor in the Criminal Justice Department at Miami-Dade College. We have Robert Rooks, one of the premier criminal justice campaign operatives in the country. Robert is the CEO of Reform Alliance. Denise Rock, the executive director of Florida Cares, a nonprofit organization dedicated to improving the lives of incarcerated men and women through programs, legislation, and advocacy. And we have with us Mark Levin, Chief Policy Counsel at the Council on Criminal Justice, Kate Trammell, Director of Policy and Research at Prison Fellowship, the nation's largest Christian nonprofit serving incarcerated citizens, returning citizens, and their directly impacted family members. So the goal of our conversation is to inspire people to reimagine incarceration and supervision. We will discuss today how we can best fulfill that vision. The Florida Department of Corrections is the third largest state prison system in the country with a budget of $2.7 billion. There are approximately 90,000 incarcerated citizens in Florida prisons right now. That's just 10,000 beds away from the maximum capacity of 100,000. That is far too many people. Nearly 155,000 returning citizens are on active community supervision, also known as probation, and that too is an excessive amount of people. But there's hope of reducing those alarming numbers by reimagining how we get to a person's incarceration or supervision in the first place. How I wish someone had reimagined my incarceration. I too am a returning citizen, having spent 20 years in the Florida Department of Corrections for a crime I did not commit. It's the goal of people like me and a panel like this to get to the heart of the matter on how we can move from incarceration to transformation and from mere supervision to reentry success. So let's get started. Let's begin here with this overarching question. What does reimagining incarceration and supervision mean and look like to you? Mark Levin, I'll start with you, sir. What does reimagining incarceration and supervision look like to you?
Well, thank you. And your experience is incredibly inspiring to all of us. And I'm really privileged to be part of this discussion. First of all, of course, we have to shrink the system. We have many more people incarcerated than necessary. We have people on supervision longer than necessary. All the evidence shows if you do well in your first year or two on community supervision, there's little or no benefit to continuing people for many years thereafter. On probation or parole. Of course, Florida actually needs to reinstate parole, which is another challenge, but many other states have successful parole systems. There's no crystal ball, no system is perfect, but parole boards are able to have more and more information at their fingertips to identify people who can be safely released. So shrinking the system is number one. And then number two is really better aligning it with the real world and with human dignity and with how people are our own way in which humans think and feel. And so just to give you an example of that, I took a tour of prisons in Germany several years ago, and it was just astounding to see that people who were incarcerated there were able to pick out ingredients, make their own meals, decide which library books to check out. They decided whether to go to work in the morning. And if they did, they got about 18 euros for building bumpers that day. But the autonomy that they had as individuals, because in the German Constitution, it says the prisons should be as much as possible like the real world. And also recognizing the nature of the human condition. They allow conjugal visits, for example, that isolation and loneliness and being deprived of all choice and autonomy is not consistent with who we are as people. And I'm struck by, I went to an event for the Prison Entrepreneurship Program, which is a great program here in Texas, but they take folks out to dinner the first day they're released from prison. And they would just stare at a menu because they couldn't decide what to order because they had been locked up and deprived of autonomy and the ability to make choices for so long. And that just illustrates how fundamentally flawed our system is when it is not preparing people for the real world, because it's very much based on taking away people's ability to make basic decisions. And in fact, you know, in Germany, what they believe is it's the separation from society that is the punishment, the deprivation of liberty. So prisons should be humane. They should be as much as possible like the real world. And that's what we need to get to here in this country. Of course, they also have a 10th, the incarceration rate, a 10% of what we have. So I think that's where we need to go.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. Samantha, what's your stance? How should we reimagine incarceration and supervision? What does that mean? What does that look like for you?
So I teach in the School of Justice at Miami-Dade College an introduction to corrections class. And I take my students through kind of a chronological history on how we have viewed incarceration in this country. We started off with the penitentiary era in Pennsylvania, with the beginning of the first prisons that were really based on redemption and trying to restore people. And there were very short sentences historically in the late 1700s. It was a movement away from physical and corporal punishment, right? And so then, because of politics, right, and policy, we moved into what we call the mass prison era, where in the early 1800s in this country, we built about 40 prisons. And that's a lot for 1800s technology, right? And so we've gone through these cycles where we've been focused on retribution, maybe play a little bit with rehabilitation, then we move towards incapacitation. And really since the 1980s, in my personal opinion and based on research, we've been stuck in this commitment to incapacitation and retribution-based policies, which is a huge flaw because like Mark said, that means you're stripping people of their autonomy, right? And how do you expect someone who's been in prison for 20 years, like yourself, you were, right? and you were told what to do, when to do it, and how to do it, right? And you had no autonomy to really make decisions while incarcerated. And now people are released and you say, all right, make all the right decisions and do all the right things. I mean, it's very contradictory to reality, right? So for me, reimagining our Florida Department of Corrections is really modifying that budget that you spoke about, Chaz. The 2.7 billion is mostly devoted for security, for personnel salaries, for health insurance benefits, retirement benefits, and a large chunk deals with healthcare. A very small percentage deals with programming. So while the Florida Department of Corrections likes to say they're focused on programs, there is no financial commitment to programming. The biggest bulk of programming would be the high school equivalency, but then it stops there. So I work with people in other states who their Department of Corrections, they have line items for higher education where they pay tuition for people who are incarcerated. There are line items for quality programming. Florida is, in my opinion, the last in the country when it comes to financing strong quality programs. So they say they're open to programs, and they are, because I've been going into Florida prisons for over 20 years, but not at their expense, right? I think we also need better training with officers and staff who work in the facilities to not be so much focused on an us against them mentality. And that respect is a huge part of reimagining justice. You can respect someone who's been convicted of a crime, right? That is possible. And if you respect them and treat them well, then there'll be an easier relationship inside corrections. And then finally, I'll close with, to me, reimagining justice is providing higher education opportunities for everyone in prison who wants an opportunity to go past high school. Because we all know that college, or at least vocational training, is mandatory now to earn a living wage and to re-enter society successfully. So thank you for having me.
You are so welcome. Thank you, Professor Carla. We appreciate you being here. Denise, let me move to you. I personally, as a formerly incarcerated person, know you to be a champion of compassion and also justice for incarcerated citizens. Let me ask you, when you reimagine incarceration and supervision, what does that mean? How does it look to you?
Sure, but thank you for having me today and for even asking the question. I echo Mark and Samantha's sentiments and their thoughts. All of that is inclusive of my vision. I think it's so important to properly sentence the defendant in the first place. You know, our prisons should be made to keep society safe from people that can hurt them. And I'm not convinced that that's what we're doing. I see many men and women in there in walkers and wheelchairs, and that is not the environment that they need to be into. I don't feel that they are dangerous. And I think that we need to look at that and properly sentence somebody to their sentence. I think we should put judges back in the driver's seat, and with the mandatory minimums and being the state's responsibility, I think it should be able to be looked at by the judges more often. I also think that we should look at the defendant's growth while they are incarcerated. So much of our system is punishment and, well, the original act. And when we have people that are even reaching the parole boards 25, 30 years later, they have no disciplinary reports. They're an asset to the prison administration, and yet they are told, well, it's still the act that you committed 30 some odd years ago. And I think that is the inability to grant grace as a human being really concerns me with our state. I reimagine the system being one like Samantha was saying, they don't put any money into education or programs, then let the volunteers do more. I think that volunteers are restricted in what we're able to do for security purposes. I envision a visitor-based volunteer system where, similar to in the school systems, when school systems were failing, they went to their community and the parents that had children in that school. One of the problems in our Department of Corrections is a visitor, someone that's on a visitor's list for a defendant, can volunteer, but not at the prison where their loved one is incarcerated at. And this just seems counterintuitive to me. You would be more willing to help the prison that you are currently frequenting, you know? So I would love to see a visitor-based volunteer system that worked. Increased visitation. Visitation is the single most recidivating factor that we have, that right below that's education, but above it is visitation. People that get visits are not getting in trouble in prison, and they're not getting in trouble when they get out of prison. Yet we are restricting visitation right now here in Florida during COVID, where we've opened the entire state back. We still have restricted visitation. We should be working to increase visitation, increase contact time that family has with the incarcerated. We also should reinstate overnight visitation. We should have some overnight family visitation. Allow the family to be a unit together. I embrace the Germany model, the Norway model. Those are all wonderful, and include officers and staff that are trained in sociology, social environments, and they have de-escalation training, crisis intervention training. We need all of that. We need a restorative community. Restorative justice is not just about victim and offender dialogue. We could have a restorative community within the pods of everybody, and have officers that work on the floors and know the prisoners, rather than officers that are working in air-conditioned bubbles. So that's how I envision our incarceration changing, and would love to see.
Thank you, Denise. Robert, my friend, how does incarceration and supervision look reimagined? What does it mean to you? Ultimately, you're fast becoming a national expert on safety and justice. Tell me how you're reimagining incarceration and supervision.
Well, Chaz, thank you so much for the question, and also for opening us up with sharing your story. I really appreciate that, because that frames a lot of where this conversation needs to go. From my perspective, to reimagine incarceration and supervision is really an exercise about reimagining safety. For it is safety that is the justification for our incarceral system. It's safety that's the justification for our current supervision system. And we must put the current incarceration supervision system on trial, because it is not delivering real safety as we know it. Another important piece I want to bring up in this context is, on March 24th, Pat Sharkey was interviewed by The Atlantic. And in that interview, Pat talked about how 2020 was a year that had the most crimes involving violence in this century. We've experienced a decreasing crime rate for the last 15 or so years. He believes that's no more. And it's important for us in the justice reform community to understand this and understand how we should be talking about this issue of safety. For it's been crime and it's been incarceration, criminalization, has been the reason why things are not invested in the way they should be invested in. It's been over-policing, has taken resources away from critical things in community that we can be invested in, like addressing root causes of crime and root causes of violence. We need to address how people get involved in the justice system, both on the justice system side and also in the community side. We need to think about safety from the perspective of, are we meeting the needs of people in our community? Are we meeting the needs of crime victims? Are we meeting the needs of parents who's having challenges with young people? Are we meeting the needs of young people in our schools, are we meeting our needs? And if we did that, I believe we would have a totally different system altogether. We would have a safety system that doesn't center law enforcement, but that centers everyday people. A safety system that invests in the types of things that help people heal and help people connect. We'll invest in a safety system that facilitates treatment for addiction and mental health. It will look totally different than what we are doing now. So I would take a step back and not really talk about incarceration and supervision. I would talk about safety and let safety, real safety, guide how we make decisions each and every day. And I'll end on this point. If we don't get out in front of the conversation about rising crime rates, then we will be the ones that law enforcement will blame. They've already started. They've already started blaming Black Lives Matter for an increase in crime rates. They've already started blaming criminal justice reforms in places like California, Illinois for increasing crime rates. That is not true and cannot be furthest from the truth. What's true is our investments in the last 30 years in an incarcerated system that doesn't help. That's been why we are dealing with what we're dealing with. But it's really about connection, and we need to facilitate connection and safety moving forward.
Thank you so much, Robert. I do appreciate that perspective. Kate, let's round out this perspective with you. I personally have been touched by a prison fellowship as a formerly incarcerated person. So tell me, as you are reimagining incarceration and supervision, what comes to mind? What does it mean? What should we do?
Yeah, I love to hear that. Thank you for sharing that. It's awesome to be able to speak to men and women who are impacted by our programming in prison. And I think that really informs the first part of my answer here. To me, to prison fellowship, most importantly, reimagining these issues of crime and incarceration means taking a fresh, hard look at the purpose of both. So for us, that means working towards justice systems that deal honestly with the needs of people, whether those are victims of crime, communities who've been harmed by crime, communities who've lost trust in their system of justice, the people who've committed crimes themselves, and viewing that through a lens that pursues justice without losing sight of the dignity of the people involved. Dignity that, as a Christian, I believe is inherent and unshakable because every person is handmade by God. So that's the first overarching, if you're asking me to reimagine, I'm going there first. The second is from a policy perspective, as people who work on legislation and policy and how these systems work, that we would treat the criminal justice system the same way we do other policy issues. Study what works and implement it. Don't avoid change, cultivate impact. Commit to oversight and accountability. Encourage transformational leadership. And acknowledge that crime and incarceration, safety, are issues that in some way touch every single one of us. So it's incumbent on us, whether we work in policy or communities, education, are sitting in a pew at our church, to step up and get close to the problems we're trying to solve, and to care enough to craft solutions that really improve lives.
Thanks so much, Kate. So it's interesting that you would mention the Imago Dei, right? The image and likeness of God, particularly for people of faith. FRRC believes in the human dignity of people. We believe those who are incarcerated or have been incarcerated or convicted are people too. We recognize that they come from and they're still a part of our communities as a whole. But COVID-19 has exposed and exacerbated a range of concerning conditions that incarcerated individuals are experiencing. Robert, I'll pose this question to you. What lessons about incarceration have we learned from COVID-19? Where should we be focusing our reform efforts going forward?
COVID-19 has shed a light on what many of us has known for a very long time. and that is incarceration spreads poor health. We learned that, and in a moment's instance, systems started to change as a result of COVID-19. Many of the changes that we had been asking for years. For example, let's take probation visits, or probation meetings, meetings with probation officers. All of a sudden, Zoom became, possible when many of us been asking for that. And so I think that COVID-19 has shown poor health. COVID-19 also has shown that systems do not have to be so punitive and demanding, that we could actually have a different type of justice system. I believe 40,000 people, somewhere around 40,000 last I checked, was actually let out as a result of COVID-19. And so I think that it's important that we think about how to keep some of the changes that's been made as a result of COVID permanent. Going back to prior COVID doesn't work for state budgets, and doesn't work for people and families with someone in the justice system. And so I would love for states to take a look at those things that they've changed, those things that actually allow for people to go home and be connected to family and begin re-entering back into society in ways that works for everyone. Let's prioritize that moving forward. So, COVID has been a disaster. It has shown fault lines that we knew were there, but they're also forced many systems to change, and we need to keep those changes permanent.
Thank you, sir. Samantha, I saw you shaking your head vigorously in both agreement and assurance. Tell me, what lessons have we learned from COVID? Where should reform efforts be directed?
So first, as an educator who has students inside prison, we have lost students to COVID. And I just have to share an anecdote. I was attempting to register a student and communicating with someone at a prison, an employee at a prison. And this employee wrote back and said, "Oh, well, such and such student must have been transferred." And I'm like, that sounds weird. I knew this student and I knew that he was at this prison for a specific reason. So I did a quick online search and I saw that he had died. And my stomach dropped, and just how callous, and I don't think this employee was trying to be callous. They didn't put any thought into, well, before I tell this professor that the student was transferred, let me see if he's even still alive, knowing that we're in a national pandemic. And what's even sicker is that on the Florida Department of Corrections website, it has him as released. It doesn't even, there's no recognition that he passed away to COVID in this system. And I don't know that they can do anything about that, but just the callousness to me, like just people are disposable. So that hit us pretty hard. And I know of some other individuals who have passed away as well. There is no social distancing in prisons that are, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500 people. I've been in an institution recently. The masks are not appropriate. They are sewn from the uniforms and they're tied. There's no elastic to keep the mask really close to the face and covering the nose. But for my purposes for education, COVID, there are states that are now fully implementing online, remote, synchronous instruction, just like how we're talking. The professors talk to their students and run live classes through Zoom or some other web-based technology. And so my dream is that every single prison in the state of Florida has a computer lab set up. And if a student wants to do remote synchronous learning where they're sitting in a classroom virtually, and getting that instruction. I think that that's a possibility. The security side of things, they say otherwise. But if I get my wish list, as Desmond said, we should have computer labs in every education building where students can log in to a distance-based learning system. I'm not in favor of complete remote instruction where there's no interaction with a live faculty. I think we've all seen that in COVID, where some of us have students who are now home learning virtually. You still need that face-to-face instruction, but I really think that the Florida Department of Corrections needs to accommodate educational institutions to be able to offer those distance learning synchronous programming. So thank you for that question.
Absolutely. Thank you, Samantha. Again, thank you, Robert, because what I hear from your comments, Robert, you're saying health is priority one. Samantha, you're saying wholeness is equal priority, and I appreciate both of you. So while we're talking about reformation, when it comes to incarceration, we're also forming our conversation around supervision as well. So probation and supervision are an integral part of the criminal legal system. What reform efforts are underway and what efforts would be most effective in reforming probation? Robert, I'm going to send this back to you and I'll kind of crisscross a little bit, but what current reforms are underway when it comes to probation and supervision?
So first of all, the Office of Community Correction currently supervises more than 164,000 people throughout Florida. People are caught in the supervision trap and are easily revoked based on behavior and activities that many people that are on probation and parole take for granted. On any given day, about 16,500 people are incarcerated as a result of technical violation. That's a problem. And at least 350,000 people are booked into Florida's jail as a result of this issue. And so that's the way I see it, is kind of the meat of the issue in the state of Florida. And so there is a coalition of organizations that are working through this issue right now. They're looking at ways to cap technical violations in the short term, and in the longer term, replace a system of technical violations with a system that actually rewards behavior and incentivizes behavior. And so if someone is doing what they're supposed to do, then their time gets rolled back and they'll be off earlier. The issue of technical violations is one that's unnecessary. We don't need punitive action. We need for people to be invested in and supported and help to make good decisions for themselves and for their family. That's what they want to do. Oftentimes, they just need the resources and the connections in order to do it. So we need to get at technical violations. We need to get at lengthy supervisions. And also, we need to make sure that when people are brought back in court, that they have proper and appropriate defense. We are hearing far too many stories that people are being revoked without counsel, that there's no one speaking on behalf of folks during that process, as if it's a system underneath the justice system, and that's not fair. That's not right. That's not how we should be doing. We should bring it above board and actually allow people counsel to defend themselves.
Thank you, Robert. So let's widen the lens just a little bit, Kate, and I'm going to ask you, based on your national experience and exposure, what's happening with probation and supervision? What reforms are underway? What changes do we need to see?
Sure, thanks. I just want to circle back to the impact of COVID for just a minute, because there's one thread that I think is so relevant to this conversation on probation that we didn't touch on, and that's the impact on reentry, which is really similar to the path that people walk when they're on probation or other community corrections as well. Reentry is hard, and during COVID, it's harder. We've seen that in addition to the many existing legal barriers to reentry that people face with a criminal record in ordinary times, that right now, nearly half of reentry providers are afraid of a permanent end to operations because of COVID. So as businesses are struggling, that includes reentry providers in the community who play a vital role of support. So just wanted to flag that, because I think that has some lessons to learn for all of us, and what we need to do to provide an ecosystem of support and success in communities for people with a criminal record. But turning to your actual question about what we're seeing in probation and supervision reform across the nation, so much opportunity. It's a great time to pursue policy change in the states and to see experimentation, learning from mistakes, learning from successes. And so I'm going to bucket those together into a couple of areas so they're just easy to talk about. But one, I think, is the area of eligibility. So we're seeing reforms to ensure that probation is offered as an alternative to incarceration broadly for people who don't need to be in prison. And that's a lot of people who we had typically been relying on prison to hold accountable. And so for those people who don't need to be held in prison, ensuring that they're eligible for probation, for community oversight, and that they're diverted there properly. And that's one great piece. Another is what Robert spoke about really, really eloquently, which is conditions. So there's a lot of work across the country tailoring conditions of release so that they're limited and really focused on what is required for accountability and safety. This means a couple of things at minimum. So avoiding blanket conditions, like these are so familiar to me. I used to be a magistrate before this job, and I would assign this to people all the time without even thinking about it, because it's what we did. Avoiding conditions like don't associate with anyone who has a criminal record, or avoid alcohol, right? Like those are very typically applied to everyone on community oversight, regardless of their offense, regardless of their history, and without any analysis of if it's appropriate. So thinking for a second about these conditions, does someone with a fraud charge really need to avoid alcohol? Is that integral to their success? Does it relate to what they've done? And understanding the grounding influence of people who've walked a path from incarceration to success, the influence that they are to others in their communities, the positive impact they can have. Is it even wise to limit their association with people who are struggling and who are on community corrections? These are just a couple of examples of those blanket conditions that are being rethought in the states. And then when we're looking at technical violations and revocations, how we set conditions like check-in requirements and other things really play a huge impact on this. So, thinking about, is someone required to hold on to employment, but they're required to have check-ins at the probation office in the middle of the workday? Do we consider functional questions, really practical things that people will have to walk through, like how check-ins can be built around existing healthy priorities like family, jobs, access to transportation? We overlook so many practical, essential questions about what community supervision looks like whenever conditions are set. And so there's a lot of momentum to change that. And then finally, looking at how long a term of probation needs to be. So we work all over the place on probation caps. I know personally people who have been on probation for decades, right? I have friends who have been on probation for decades, who have demonstrated redemption, rehabilitation, are a vital part of their community for positive reasons and outcomes, and they still are under the supervision, the punishment of the state after 20 years. That's too long. Reasonable caps on probation lengths serve a really great purpose. of focusing someone's time while they're on community corrections to provide helpful accountability, not draining taxpayer resources or overburdening people with oversight that they don't require. And the other thing that I'll mention is something that Robert mentioned as well, which is giving people incentives to perform. We actually do this in prison, sometimes well, sometimes not, right? But when we think about earned time credits and good time credits, how can we take what we've learned in one part of our system and apply it to another? How can we incentivize good, healthy steps towards community participation, engagement, a second chance, by saying, if you accomplish these things, we'll trim this much off of your community supervision sentence, both because it's an incentive and because if you're achieving those things, you're not a threat to public safety anymore.
I like that, Kate. I really like that thought because I hear incentivize and I also hear taking personal initiative and action. So our conversation is fastly coming to an end, and I hate the fact that we've got to come to an end, but let me end with both Mark and Denise. Mark, you talk to me from a wider angle. Denise, you speak to me from both the local and the regional angle, but the Department of Corrections used to be the Department of Reoffender Rehabilitation. So somewhere along the line, we moved from rehabilitating the lives of people to just punitive corrections in some form. And I think we all agree that that has to change. So here's the question that I pose to you. What is one action that people, whether they be policymakers, advocates, community activists, or returning citizens, what one action can they take to support reimagining incarceration and supervision? Denise, I'll begin with you.
Well, I think there is so much that could be done in reimagining incarceration and reimagining our correction system to stop warehousing people and give them something to do, whether it be a program or education or a job. The Department of Corrections has everybody assigned to a job, but they're not jobs. They're just something that's written on a piece of paper. And I think that as allowing in visitor-based volunteers, allowing in more volunteers for volunteer programming, you would get incarcerated people engaged and working on their rehabilitation and working on learning how to, once they're released, how to live in society again versus what we're doing right now by warehousing people that are incarcerated and keeping them from, we don't even let them speak to other people. You're at visitation and you can't turn around and speak to the person behind you in line. That's odd because when we're in society and you're at Publix buying your groceries, you would turn around and speak to the other person in line. So I think it's also important for us to teach what we would be doing in society rather than this odd third world country thing that we're teaching in the Department of Corrections right now.
Thank you so much, Denise. So I'm so sorry. I do want to get Mark in before we end. So Mark, let me ask you this. Give me one encapsulated action that people can take right now in their reimagination of incarceration and supervision. One action.
Well, I think I would say talk to your state legislators. And, this organization, the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, has really brought the voices of so many formerly incarcerated people, their family members, to Tallahassee. And we need to do that around the country because the reality is that there's vested interests, obviously, in terms of whether it's police unions or other folks that, have their own interests in the system and they make their voice heard. So I think it's important that policymakers get a firsthand experience from people in their district. That's who they really listen to about what we need to do to address the conditions in prison. The lack of natural light alone. We've seen the crowding during COVID. And these are things that for those people that if we had a smaller system, we could actually, those people that are incarcerated, we could treat them in a humane way and get much better outcomes for public safety and for our values.
Thank you so much, Mark. So here is what I have heard in this exciting and stimulating conversation. From Robert Rooks, I hear that we got to get our head back in the game. We've got to really rethink how we see incarceration and supervision. From Denise Rock, I hear heart. Like we got to feel again, and we need to be compassionate and empathetic toward people again. From Samantha Carlo, I hear habits. We got to keep learning. We've got to keep growing. We've got to keep developing. And ultimately from Mark and from also Kate, I hear this wholeness involved in the work as well, that we collectively as a nation, as states, as counties, as cities, have to get involved in reimagining incarceration and supervision. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us today. We appreciate you. Thank you, Samantha. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Kate. We are so grateful for you joining us in this conversation. All returning citizens just want to do is be freely accepted, fully restored, and finally redeemed. When we reimagine justice, I think we'll get there sooner than later. Thank you so much, everybody.
Support from a society and allowing us to vote again is so important. Is saying that we belong and that we're okay and that we're accepted. I'm Coral Nichols and I'm a returning citizen. I am the third of 4 children. My father was a two-tour Vietnam vet, wounded in action. He was very abusive emotionally, physically. I learned at a very young age to pretend and to lie, and to not talk about issues and to not talk about the things that were happening. I started like spending a lot of money that I could get my hands on and bouncing checks and things like that. I just became a whole bunch of different people. My family had no idea. I didn't want to do what I was doing, but I could not make it stop. They picked me up and I was in jail. When I got out, I'd gotten a degree and worked really hard and was trying to do some internship. Nobody would hire me at this point because I'm a convicted felon with a charge. But I had years behind my charge and proved that I had changed. But every time I went for an interview to do my internship, they were all excited. They loved me. They loved my personality. They loved my passion. But as soon as they said, we're gonna have to do a background check, I would say, okay, well, you need to know this. And their facial expressions would change and they would say, well, we're sorry. We're really glad of all your hard work and everything that you've done, but you can't intern here. Roadblock after roadblock. Years later, roadblock after roadblock. Still judgment and continued conviction. Your name is all you have. And today, I've worked really hard to have a name that has integrity behind it. I've worked really hard that when people see a mugshot or they hear my story, they don't even recognize the person that I was 17, 18 years ago. They have no idea. They can't even believe that that's who I was because they know who I am today, which is a person of integrity. Man, if I say I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it. And if the law says don't, then I don't. When I got out and I came home and I found out that I couldn't vote, I felt like I had been silenced. So I try to educate everybody that I know on my convictions and why I believe the way that I do. I'm not some fluke that changed. I changed and so can other people. I did it, so can they. Redemption is real and redemption is alive. And that girl, man, she's dead and I don't visit her grave anymore. She has nothing to do with my future. And she's finished just like my past is.
I'm super excited about this next panel. This next panel is going to be talking about reimagining reentry and record clearing. What does record clearing and reentry look like to you? I hope that they get to talking about what partnerships with different advocacy programs look like with Florida Rights Restoration Coalition. What does that look like? What does reentry look like with us? Neil?
Great question, Tanisha. That's a real key question in terms of, what does reentry and record clearing look like? How can we reimagine that? We've got an incredible panel ahead of us that's actually hosted by Jasmine Kendrick, who a key member of the FRRC family. She's going to be joined by Kevin Gay, who helps lead Operation New Hope, and John Kufos from Right on Crime. We're also going to be joined by Sheena Mead, who runs the Clean Slate Initiative, and Coral Shepard from Empowered to Change. Finally, we're going to be joined by Ashley Thomas, who helps lead the Fines and Fees Justice Center.
Hi, Hi, welcome to RJC 2021. Thank you, Neil and Tanisha, so much for those introductions. Again, my name is Jasmine Kendrick. I am the data manager at the Florida Rights Restoration Coalition and the moderator for today's panel around re-entry and record clearing. Nearly 1 in 3 Americans have some sort of previous conviction, and for the vast majority of Floridians, those charges stay with them well beyond the completion of their sentence. And that's why today it is important to reimagine what re-entry and record clearing looks like here in the state of Florida, how we reduce recidivism, how we engage eligibility for record clearing, and how we use invaluable partnerships to ultimately create safer and more vibrant communities. My father was one of those 1 in 3 Americans who was unable to get his record cleared before his passing in May. And so I do this work and continue to run this marathon in his honor. I'm joined here today by a group of individuals that I'm so excited to interview. I'm joined here by John Kufos, Ashley Thomas, Sheena Mead, Kevin Gay, and Coral Shepard. And I want to start off with the question for you, Coral.
Coral, I would love for you to set the stage for us for this conversation and tell us what re-entry and record clearing currently looks like here in the state of Florida.
There are many, many barriers. We have to create space for those who are formally incarcerated and returning to our communities to not just return to the community, but provide the resources, the connections, the hope in order to get them to return to our communities as actually citizens and not secondhand citizens. Unfortunately, that is the state that we're in. It's become a form of racism. It's a social bias, and it is up to us within our communities to change the communities in order to be a place where we give a hand up and not a handout and not a disservice to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's also important to say that 90% of people who are incarcerated come home at some point. So it's important. They need these resources. We know they need the help, and it only benefits us to do so. With my dad being a returning citizen, I've seen firsthand how intimidating and costly and time-consuming seeking record clearing could be. So I would like to hear from you, Sheena, and also from you, Ashley, especially with the new clemency reform coming out of Tallahassee. How does record clearing and reducing financial obligations help people in reentry? And how do we start to streamline those processes?
Well, Jasmine, thanks for the question. And one, I'm excited to be here at FRRC's Reimagining Reentry and be able to talk about record clearing. I'll let Ashley talk to the financial obligations and stay specific to Florida. The organization that I'm leading is the Clean Slate Initiative, which we are focused on not only record clearing, but expanding the convictions and charges that are eligible to be expunged and cleared for Americans across the country. As you stated, there are 1 in 3 people who have some type of criminal record. That's probably 70 to 100 million people who are impacted by this. And a lot of times when you think about clearing a record, you think about someone who has a conviction, but there are hundreds of thousands of Americans who also have barriers because they have an arrest on their record that may didn't lead to a conviction, that may was dropped, but still when they're applying for housing, when applying for a job, when they're even sometimes pulled over by the police, this record may show up. And that is an issue, and it creates a collateral consequence for these individuals. So at the Clean Slate Initiative, we're pushing to be able to remove the petition-based process, because right now in most states there is some type of mechanism to try to clear your record, but it's very cumbersome and it's costly. You have to petition the courts, you have to petition the clerk, you have to get sign off from the DA, you have to get legal assistance. And after you've been rejected and already like beat down by the system, that's the last place you want to go to try to say, look, I need a new, I'm just looking for a second chance and I need to reenter. So we believe that when, there's many obstacles and opportunities for people, there's many obstacles that are in front of people who have convictions or arrests on their records. But we believe that one way of being able to clear some of those barriers is just being able to let people clear the record. After they've done their time, there's been a set amount of time that people have been already re-entering into society. We believe that they should be able to apply for jobs, schooling, and housing without having records pop up in data systems. And so that's what we're looking to be able to push. And right now, we're not currently in Florida, but we are looking at ways that we could start expanding these policies in Florida.
Thank you for that, Sheena. And what about you, Ashley? Can you talk a little bit about financial obligations?
Yeah, certainly. And thank you so much for having me here. I am thrilled to be a part of this conversation. And just by way of background, I work with the Fines and Fees Justice Center, and we're focused on the premise that there is really no place for fees in the justice system, period. Here in Florida, where I work, it's impossible currently to get around hundreds of dollars of fees being attached every step of the way. And honestly, a person's ability to pay these legal financial obligations, these fines and fees, is completely unrelated to sort of the underlying goals of the criminal legal system. And I've had plenty of conversations with policymakers, and there seems to be this mentality that payment of fines and fees is some sort of barometer for whether or not people have truly turned their lives around. That as long as they're making payments, they're deserving of grace. And this is it's impossible for a lot of people to ever pay off the fines and fees that are issued here in Florida. And it's a pretty arbitrary standard as well for anyone other than people who are financially well off. So we just need to decouple the legal financial obligations that are assessed at conviction, or even without there being a conviction, sometimes there's financial assessments, and just completely decouple it from record clearing and driver's license suspensions and access to credit and clemency and all of it. Technology in the current system, where basically everybody's history is on the internet, record clearing is vital for folks to be able to access employment and jobs.
Yeah, absolutely. In our 2021 policy platform, we outlined that the ability to get records so easily online is sort of this digital punishment that really does follow you throughout the rest of your life, well beyond the completion of your sentence. And then there's a small amount that people actually owe, right? Majority of people with legal financial obligations owe less than $1,000. And there's a statistic that majority of Americans can't even afford a $400 emergency. So we really are criminalizing people who are poor. So I wanted to just highlight that. Thank you so much, Ashley. John, I want to ask you, how can we even improve reentry before a returning citizen is released? What type of programs have you seen that work, and what best practices have you seen that work?
Thank you for that question, and thank you for having me. This is truly honored to be here. I've followed the work of every panelist here for some time, including Kevin Gay, who, Kevin, you missed all the great things I just said about you when your face showed up. I come from the great state of New Jersey, like Sheena, although I now live in DC. And the first thing we have to remember is that for reentry to work, there needs to be an individualized reentry plan on day one of incarceration, right? Maybe even before, maybe even built into the pre-sentence report, right? Because the problem is, think of it like from a healthcare perspective, right? If you were to wait until an ailment, a cancer, takes over your whole body to say, you know what, I think now we're going to start treating it, you're obviously not going to do as well as if the first time you had the problem, you started to treat it. Now, what treatment looks like can be a lot of different things inside a prison, right? In some states, New Jersey being one of them, one of the things Chris Christie did was close a prison and turn it into a drug treatment facility to make sure that people in prison that were not eligible for halfway houses but had drug and behavioral health addiction could get things like medication-assisted treatment and things like that. But some of the key things, it all begins with an individualized reentry plan. And that has to diagnose some serious things in your life that the pre-sentence report misses. Number one, if you're one of those states that essentially holds people for ransom with fines and fees, right, that needs to be dealt with upfront. And the way you deal with that is at least start to get people court hearings so they don't leave with all of these things when, 10 years down the road or 5 years down the road or 2 years down the road. There needs to be a real educational assessment. So often we see things misdiagnosed as we think of school to prison pipelines with people who are neurodiverse that end up in prison system, just get classified as illiterate, and they might be dyslexic or have dyslexia, excuse me, or suffer from some other neurodiverse issue. And that, of course, becomes the inability to train people to get the educational credentials one would need. The other piece that I think people need to do is housing solutions need to be identified in the way that states are trying to do addiction treatment beds. In some places, you'll have a managing entity that will control, that will essentially serve as a repository of all treatment beds. There needs to be something similar for housing in a state, so that way reentry program managers can tap into that on the way out to form housing solutions. And finally, of course, workforce development opportunities need to be there. And I think that too many places don't get involved in workforce development. Think of a continuum of care. Now, some places do it better than others. I don't want to single out any states in particular, but what I can tell you is that one key component, one common component is there must be connectivity to reentry programming and supports on the street. So if you're in Jacksonville, you need to be connected to Kevin Gay. And if you're in New Jersey, you need to be connected to Volunteers of America or the New Jersey Reentry Corporation. So identifying those places and getting them involved as far upstream as possible will help the reentry process.
Yeah, you just unpacked a lot there. You talked about mental health, you talked about jobs, you talked about housing. Is there any sort of priority? I know that all of them are very important, but I learned in my career that you have to start small and tackle one problem at a time. So what would you consider a priority out of those?
Sure, it depends where you are on the timeline. So let's assume a person has 2 years before they get out, right? And let's assume this particular prison doesn't do things on day one like they should. The very first thing that needs to be handled is probably Ashley's wheelhouse, right? Fines and fees. How do we get this person back to zero so they can get ID and hopefully a driver's license before they ever walk out, along with every other document, right? In addition, there needs to be, if they suffer from addiction or a behavioral health issue, that treatment needs to begin. And then, of course, upon release, I think we all agree housing has got to be number one, because no one's going to participate in the rest of their care plan if you're on probation or parole or supervised release or parole post-release. If you don't have a place to live, it's going to be very difficult to meet those conditions. So I think of what any of us would do if we didn't have just an ID in our pocket and a roof over our head, right? Even if, well, I have a criminal record, but for those of the people who might be watching us that do not, think of what you would do without an ID in your pocket and without a roof over your head, and think about how successful you'll be at every other thing in life, and then multiply that for the challenges that a returning citizen faces.
Yeah, that's a great segue into my next question, because in order to pay legal financial obligations, you have to have a job, you have to have an income, you have to have some sort of money. And we all know that there are tons of barriers for returning citizens when coming home and trying to get a job. And you say yourself that you are a returning citizen, and you have attributed your successful reentry to your network, and that being key to being able to get a job. So I would love to hear from both you and Kevin on how important partnerships are and how that helps to support reentry.
Kevin, why don't you start, please?
Good morning. I would be honored, and it's great to see all of you this morning. And John, as always, great to see you, and Ashley, and thank you for all the great work you guys have been doing, all of you. I know this is work that touches all of our heart, and I think that's why the passion that we put into our work is, I think, reflective of who we get to serve and work with. The question, Jasmine, that you teed up is a great one. One of the things that we have learned, in the 21 years that we've been involved in this work, is that we're really good at what we do, but we are just a part and parcel in the equation of all that's there. John had mentioned, and I really think it's so true, this continuum of care that has to be in place. And so when you think about a continuum, there has to be a lot of really intentional, dedicated partners that are involved in the process. Above me, you see, we came up with a phrase a couple years ago, City of Second Chances, that we really believe our city and other cities are moving towards. And I think it talks about that. John talked about what we learned, 15 years ago or so with our University of North Florida, is that when we have such a wide audience or client base of people coming in that have a range of different issues that we're facing. Some could be, they have great family support, great education, they made a stupid mistake, and they're not going to need quite as much resources, but they're going to need some, all the way over to where we see probably a lot of our folks that are coming out that are lacking education, work experience, don't have family support, have some substance abuse, mental health issues, across the board, fines and fees. And so the protocol of care has got to be different. And to John's point, an individualized plan of care gives everybody an idea of where that starting point will be. As the question was asked to John about, well, where would you start it? His answer was right on. You really got to kind of figure out what are those essential basic needs that need to be met, and a plan of care does that. But what we saw in Jacksonville, and it was unfortunate for me because it was really a lot of missteps. We got a grant in 2003 from George W. Bush, that administration. It was the first iteration of the reentry funding, and it was a DOL grant. And we really weren't smart enough back in the early 2000s to know that we were going to need a lot more than just dollars to help people get a job. The key is where they're going to be sleeping at night. How are we going to address their fines and fees? How are we going to address their issues, substance abuse, mental health, whatever it may be, family issues? And so, and we pressed on it, but at that point in time, labor that's all we do. And so what we've realized we had to do with our community is that we had to get our community on board to make sure that those buckets or those areas were going to be addressed. And that's why I think it's important to really begin to bring in every community together. I know there's a lot of great programs that are taking place, dedicated partnership opportunities that cities have that are bringing criminal justice, faith, business, all the community stakeholders together on a regular basis to make sure everybody is on board. We're partnering with each other when we go after grants, whether they're local, state, federal. We have a couple big foundations in town that we all need to be shoulder to shoulder, even though it might be a space that our organization's not doing. I need to be over here supporting John or whoever is going after other grants together collectively. But for us, we kind of look at it as a stool. If it's supposed to have 4 legs, and if you have 2 of the 4, obviously it's just going to be out of balance. And we learned that early on. We got our employers on board early, which was pretty remarkable. I would have lost that bet. I thought that would be the last group that we would be able to get in, but we got employers involved and at the end game or getting hired. But we didn't understand enough at the time to know how important it was to get the colleges involved to do vocational training, to do these 40-hour, 5-day vocational training. And if you look at the graph that tracks along over the last 3 years when we had our colleges on board with this, our average wage rate in Jacksonville has gone from less than $9 an hour to $12.60. That's a big move. When you think about 30 or 40% move based on that vocational training. So it really shows that folks are marketable at a higher level. And we also understand how important it is for them and their families to be able to be living, earning a wage that's a living wage. But we had to get the partners on board. We've got a state attorney on the criminal justice partnership that I was just working on this morning we have worked together to put together we call it a playbook, in how we get our state attorney, the public defender's office, and our judiciary all singing out of the same hymnal with regards to what we can do with diversion and pretrial intervention. And part of that now is developed conditions that if they go through a program like ours, folks will not have any mark, not anything at all if they go through the program successfully. So our end game goal is for people to not have a record if they're moving through the process and doing all the things that we're asking them to do. We know how important that is. All of this for me, though, is driven at the end game that I believe that drives all of the conversation in this space, is the ability to earn a wage. And that is being able to get a job that can support a person to achieve the goals, our dreams that we all have of owning a home and being a part of the American dream. But all of it then has to work backwards to make sure all of those component pieces are in place. Are their fees and fines been addressed? Do they have good housing? Have we been able to, John, and you work a little closely on this, have we been able to really dig in and see what a lot of those emotional, there's so much trauma, and I wish I would have understood this years ago, but with it, close to 9,000 people that we've worked with, having the deep conversation with most, the trauma that happened as a young kid or in the process of incarceration has really had long-term effects on our population, and being able to get the help that folks need just helps them be successful at the end of being able to get a job and hold on to a job. And so I would say that the partnership piece on this is really important because they're building blocks. They all kind of line themselves well. And what we see too, the more we've been able to bring in these strategic partners, our recidivism rate, which I really hate, that's what the kind of the world gauges us on, how successful we are at reducing recidivism. It is way more than a stat. It's about people. But at the end of the day, when you look at those measurements, when we have taken that individualized plan of care and been able to align great partners in this conversation with us, every single one of those building blocks improves that recidivism rate or successful transition in a real significant way. So anyway, that was a long answer to a short question.
And I'll just briefly, I'm sorry, Sheena.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to jump in there and just, when Kevin's talking about partnerships, what is important, I believe, is making sure that at the center of partnerships are people who are directly impacted. The people who is closest to the solution are the people who has been pained. And so thinking about like Coral, she's someone who's directly impacted, who's taken her pain points and been able to really dig in deep around reentry with women coming out of prison and making sure that she's engaging them at the entry point of arrest, because reentry starts there, right? And so I just want to lift that up because Coral has been doing great work in the state of Florida as well. And she's someone who's directly impacted, who's leading that work. And it's important when we're doing partnerships that we're not excluding organizations that's led by directly impacted people like FRRC, like Coral. So I just want to lift that up. I think that's also important to name.
Yeah, thank you for that, Sheena. That's a great point. I want to point out something important that Kevin said, which was about trauma, right? These are traumatized people. And I just want to have you speak, Coral, on the work that you're doing here in Florida and what you've specifically been doing around mental health and how that is really important to reentry.
Well, that's actually a really amazing topic. The most, I believe, the stunning factor that we don't deal with is upon arrest. We're not looking from a trauma-informed point of arrest. We're arresting based upon a crime and not the actual individual and the story of where they even come from and how they've even been affected by crime in the home life, in the community, whatever their situation is. We look at the crime that's committed instead of seeing the individual. And we have to begin to take our communities, the arrests, the PTI, the diversionary programs, if we're not looking at things from a trauma-informed perspective to see the individual person, then we're missing a key component of part of their healing journey. We're not addressing it while they're incarcerated. We're not addressing it while they're being sentenced. we're believing that they're going to receive all the help that they need while they're in the Department of Corrections. And unfortunately, until we get to the point where they actually are being addressed, if they are in the Department of Corrections, then we continue to fail returning citizens when they come out into our communities, because the community itself is not trauma informed. So we have to create space for those of us that are closest to the issues, that have been traumatized in life, that have healed, that are directly impacted. And what did that process even look like for us, in order to create space to say, I healed, you can too. You may not be responsible for the trauma that happened to you, but you are responsible for healing from that trauma. How do we create environments and spaces and home life communities that say you can heal, this is possible, and you can move on with your life, and you can even stop the cycle within your own families?
Yeah, can we specifically talk about some of those alternatives and things that we can do to avoid some of this trauma? Sheena, you actually jumped me on the question, because I was going to say that you often say those closest, those most impacted are closest to the solution. So how do we engage with these communities? How do we engage with their families, and not only educate them, but get them to get out in the streets and take action to create safer communities for themselves?
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a long question. I'm trying to figure out which piece I could take. I would say, well, one, yes. So let me remember. Yes, that was long. So the first question was,
yeah, let's start with, how do we engage our communities to take action?
Yeah. So depends. Well, there's two ways. So if we're talking about the community that is impacted, or we're talking about the community who don't understand how impacted people, are impacted. So those are two different things, because a lot of times, the people who are closest to that pain, who are impacted, are usually not at the center of policy decisions. They're not at the table when lawmakers are talking about how laws or policies that's going to impact their lives. When you think about, even when they're talking about sentencing, how many times do you see directly impacted people at the table when they're even talking about sentencing, right? Who can inform the impact that long sentences, or the disparities in sentences, how it impacts families? I think we need to engage. I think it's up to our community, our partners, as Kevin said, the church, faith communities, civil organizations, to be the ones who are being intentional about saying, if they're at the table having a conversation and they realize that no one at the table has been impacted, then there's a problem. That is like having a table full of men talking about issues around pregnancy, issues around, women issues, but yet there's not a woman in the room. That is like a table full of straight heterosexual people talking about LGBTQ issues or trying to impact policy. I think it's up to us who are saying we are committed to this, who are allies, to make sure that we're bringing people in that fold, and lifting that up and pushing back. And there's sometimes where we are not maybe able to bring, those people may not be able to be at that space, but we make sure that we can bring their voices and their stories to the space and make sure that we're centering that. And so I think that's how we engage. On the part of how we get other folks engaged, it's important for us to tell the stories of directly impacted people in our communities and make sure that we're messaging it. At the end of the day, no matter what issue that's out there, it is always connected to, other safety net issues, whether we're talking about housing, education, childcare, healthcare, employment. You can always pin that back to the barriers that impacted people are facing when it comes to those issues. And I think there's a way to continue to just make it a norm, lifting those voices up and those stories and those issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Going back to that partnership piece, because I think that the resources that partnerships bring are super invaluable. And anyone, please feel free to jump in here. But what role does the public and private sector play in reentry?
So I think it's huge. I'll just jump. Sorry if I jumped anybody. I think it's huge. And that's how, really, when I was in New Jersey, I got exposed to this in prison. Prior to prison, I tried complex criminal cases and civil rights cases. for the NAACP in Middlesex County. And alcoholism, contributed to me going to prison. I crashed my car drunk and nearly killed someone. Thank God that person lived. And that's how I found myself at Bayside State Prison in New Jersey. And right away, one of the things I saw is that, nobody asked me for money, which was good because I was going bankrupt, but nobody asked me for money. But everybody asked me for a job. And I got to learn about the various barriers in the private sector and the public sector. So when I came out and I helped build what was the New Jersey Reentry Corporation, the first thing I did was I got all my lawyer buddies together to restore driver's licenses, to handle fines and fees, because New Jersey had a very Byzantine fines and fees structure back then. But the public-private partnerships were critical in the sense that we were lucky in the sense that Chris Christie was very into this issue. So because Chris Christie was into this, he was our governor at the time, because he was into the issue, the cabinet was into the issue. So that meant we had access to the DMV, to human services, to labor, right? Seamless connections to them that a lot of states don't have. So what I try to do in every state I go to is to speak with the governor early on, and then start to talk about, this is the buy-in that we need from the cabinet. And if you give us that buy-in, we'll help build the rest to make not only those systems work better, but to make your streets safer, because people will have the services they need to not find themselves in trouble again. And you're going to see families reunify. And if it's a place that doesn't care about any of those things, you're going to see tax bases created, right? Because people will be working, paying taxes. So it's the beauty of it is that if you, with proper public-private partnerships, you get a lot of juice out of the orange, regardless of what political constituency you're speaking with.
Ashley, I would love to hear from you, because here at FRRC, we do a lot of work around partnership and raising money for fines and fees, which really do impact people's lives. So I would love to hear what you all are doing at the Fines and Fees Justice Center and how partnerships work in your day-to-day.
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So we've been working in Florida for just over 2 years, and we decided to initially focus on the driver's license suspensions that result when people get about 30 days behind on paying fines and fees. And this is a huge issue in a lot of states, but definitely a huge issue here in Florida. And Florida has sort of a long history of relying on fines and fees to fund the clerks of court, to fund general revenue, and to fund 30 some odd different trust funds that may or may not have anything to do with sort of the criminal legal system. And so there's a lot of people who have a vested interest in the status quo. So it's a really difficult issue to start off with. Even the states across the country, I think there are 14 states now that have stopped suspending driver's licenses for unpaid court debt, because they realize how counterproductive it is. They realize that, hey, if you want somebody to get a job, they really need a driver's license, especially in a state like Florida. So we've been working hard trying to sort of address the two pieces of this. One is, if there is not this threat of a driver's license suspension, is there any evidence that people will or will not pay? And in other states, when they've stopped suspending driver's licenses, unsurprisingly, the collections end up increasing. So we're trying to just show that, the world will not end, if we give people their driver's licenses back. And a lot of these offenses that people are, that led to the fines and fees were not driving related. They're just, here in Florida, it could be any sort of criminal conviction as well as any sort of traffic fine or fee. But the interesting thing is the business community has really gotten engaged in this issue, especially folks in sort of the trucking industries and other industries where they need people who can drive. And so that's been really beneficial because, some people are swayed by, sort of the business-based argument that, we need employees who can drive. And then working, of course, with FRRC and so many other partners, we have a very diverse group of individuals from both sides of the aisle, and nonprofit organizations, folks who've really seen the impact that these license suspensions have had. Another thing that we want to look at is the fines and fees that are charged in the juvenile justice system. Believe it or not, young kids who are in the juvenile system are charged essentially the same fees and fines that adults are charged. And so, especially in the juvenile system, it's problematic because these are young people who legally may not even be able to work. And here we are saddling them with hundreds of dollars in debt, or their parents, which is kind of creating, some family issues potentially. And so our goal is really to just look closely at how do we fund core government services in a way that is functional and sustainable. And there's really no place in the criminal legal system for these, financial obligations to be built up. We also know that they generally aren't payable. Here in Florida, I think the clerk's goal in collections is merely like 9% is what their goal is to collect in felony fines and fees. So they know this isn't money that they're going to get, yet they continually assess these dollars on folks, which makes me wonder, like, what is the ultimate point? And it really does keep folks from being able to get their driver's license, obtain credit, get a house, take care of their families, take care of themselves. We're just, basically creating this insurmountable hurdle that folks aren't going to be able to get out of. So that's a lot of what our work is around, is just trying to give people like the dignity of work.
I want to skip to Sheena really quick because I have a very specific question for her, and I know she has to jump soon, but I do want to hold the note on economic impact, especially here in the state of Florida, knowing that the majority of fines and fees are not paid. But I want to hold on to that point. Sheena, can you just tell us a little bit of your life experience and how it has informed you on these issues? We know that Black and Brown communities and people who look like us are disproportionately impacted by the criminal justice system, especially here in Florida. So I would love for you to talk about your experience and how that guides your work.
Yeah, so thank you for that question. And then once I get done the question, I have to hop. I'm excited to be able to meet with some of the administration today after this call to talk about bringing directly impacted people to the forefront and at the table around policies that impact them. So I think it's really important to be able to lift up even what we talked about here today. So in a nutshell, the way my life, lived experiences, I was a young teenage mother who, I was a teen mom 3 times over by the age of 18. And then in my first state job at the age of, I believe I was 20, so excited. I worked at a state maximum security men's prison, Martin CI. And this was, my first experience understanding or seeing the system. I really didn't know anything about prison. I know people went to jail, I know people went to prison, but I worked in classification as a clerk. And that's when I realized that, oh my God, this is a whole new world. It's a whole different, I didn't even fully was able to take in what I was seeing or trying to understand. And that was one experience that I had. And, when I worked there, and my job was to kind of read the files, and I saw the disproportionate ways people were sentenced. And I saw, my job was as a sentencing clerk. So I helped do the game time and all that. And so I would see people who was a habitual driver, I think they call it, when you get pulled over several times for driving on a suspended license. doing more time than I've seen people doing for maybe manslaughter. Like, it was just really crazy. It was like people are doing 15 years for driving on a suspended license, mind you, no bodily harm, just getting pulled over. And you think about what Ashley just talked about, people have fines and fees, they can't get their license, they can't do this. And so, you know, if you have, you know, with suspended license, you have to get a special insurance that could cost $400 a month. And, you know, you're like, well, I still got to go to my job. I got to pay my child support. If I don't pay my child support, they're going to cut my license. It's just like a cycle. And so I started seeing that, and I just saw like people who looked like a lot of more people that looked like me that was in the prison. And I had a cousin who was in there who was a close management inmate. That's what they referred to him as. And I remember not telling the institution that that was my cousin because I was scared that they were moving to another facility and I wouldn't be able to have eyes on them. And so that was one experience. And then in my 20s, I got, you know, trying to feed my children. I wrote a check for $75 at Publix, $10 over their amount so I could get gas to get my children to childcare and I could get to work. Not knowing about financial literacy, you know, I'm like, you know, those folks that get their money when they get it, I guess the bank will pay them. Well, guess what? Publix didn't want to hear that. They sent that $75 check to the state attorney's office. I got picked up by 2 police officers for a $75 bounce check. At that time, again, I don't know about how this system works. I know I had to place bond. I called my mom. I need you to get me out. Pay $300. Then I got to take time off of work. Got to go to court. You go from there to me doing organizing in the community, trying to register people to vote. And I realized I was coming up to men and women who could not register because they had felony convictions. And then I looked to 2012 when I meet this guy, you know, kind of smooth guy, and ended up getting married to him named Desmond Meade, who was looking to like pass it, like talk about restoring voting rights. So when I think about all those lived experiences, and I look at it now full circle and where I'm at today, being a managing director of a national organization, pushing to clear people's records, I really understand full circle now, and being someone who's worked in philanthropy to fund movements across the country, understanding that this issue is really deeply rooted in our country, and that we have to dismantle it piece by piece, little by little. And it takes everybody who's on this call to kind of just chip at it, because this thing, if you look at it head on, you could get really discouraged, because like we make 2 steps, we're like 5 steps backwards. And so kind of forgot a little bit of how the question, because I went on kind of just show you kind of full circle how my lived experience has shaped the work that I'm doing today and who I am and why I'm so committed to this. Because not only does it impact myself, I understand the impact that it has on the community. I understand the impact that it has on our economics, our school system, our workforce. And, you know, if we're not talking about criminal justice issue, we're not going to be able to address all the other issues that are happening, even the criminalization of people who are looking to get, you know, their immigration status. And so this all these issues that surround me, you know, has impacted me. And the last thing I would say, I worked for the Florida AFL-CIO, and, you know, I worked to make sure that labor and unions were in the workplace and I were organized. And I realized I believe it was 2013, there was a big push from the administration to privatize prisons. And if you want to privatize prisons, that means you're disbanding the unions that are in there that could, you know, keep a strong workforce. And then they start using the labor inside the prisons when they're able to like privatize the prisons. So I just saw full circle how this impacted so many different sectors around us.
Yes, I appreciate you so much, Sheena. Thank you so much for your time and all of the work that you do. Thank you. I do want to bring it back to something that Sheena said that I think was really important about fines and fees, driver's license fees, clerk of court fees. You have to pay to get a public defender. Here in the state of Florida, there's a $50,000 fine attached to specific drug offenses. So bringing it back to you, Ashley, and also to you, Coral, on the economy here in Florida and how it's really impacted by the lack of payment around these fines and fees. To your point earlier, Ashley, the clerk of court's goal is only for 9% of those to be paid back. So what does that really say about our system and how it's being funded? And let's start with you, Coral.
I think that you have to look at the economic impact all the way around. You see that further incarceration puts more of an economic impact on the taxpayers and the money that we're paying to incarcerate people. And then when you look at the economic impact of them coming out and the lack of resources and the workforce that's not there and the housing that's not there, you look at a greater risk of further impact on them and their families as well, returning citizens and their families as well. So then you have unpaid. I do not understand the cycle and who dreamt the cycle of suspending somebody's driver's license as a means of transportation to get to work or their job that they would pay their child support for, and they can't get a job because they don't have viable transportation because they don't have a driver's license. Well, we're going to charge you a bunch of money for it and then suspend it and then hope that you can get a license. I mean, the insanity of it, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. We're doing the same thing with our policies, with not changing the legislation or even our penal codes. That's what we have to change, is some of these penal codes that are extremely outdated and they don't have, it shouldn't even be written to begin with. But it all starts from the cost of arrest, the cost of incarceration, and then the barriers that are created upon reentry with the lack of second chance mentality in our communities and coming together and actually realizing that if we want to come together and create that space that allows for the second chance to happen, then we actually benefit by allowing somebody to gain employment because now they can pay taxes. Now they can be a contributing member of their community, and therefore they have a voice and they have the ability to feel like they belong where they reside.
Yeah. And what about you, Ashley?
Yeah, so when we started this work, we wanted to know how big of an issue, for instance, driver's license suspension for unpaid fines and fees really was here in Florida. And we found out that in a given year, 2019, I believe, there were 1.2 million people who received a notice that their driver's license may be suspended for an unpaid fine or fee. These are not folks who have DUIs or are, otherwise dangerous drivers. These are not public safety related suspensions. These are solely based on owing the court money. And a smaller subset of that is, we wanted to parse out, what are from traffic fines and fees and what's from, a criminal court debt. And there's a smaller percentage that's based on criminal court debt, but about 195,000 people were impacted by this in 2019. That's a huge number of people. So we actually spoke with an economist out of Dartmouth in New Hampshire, and he actually calculated that in Florida, he did a lot of research on, the reduced consumer spending that occurs when somebody does not have a driver's license. And if you just look at the people with felony court debt who lost their driver's license, that reduced consumer spending for a 1-year period is $122 million. So that's pretty huge impact to any state, but a state like Florida, especially, working through a pandemic. But also, what does that mean for the families that are impacted? And, this even goes to sort of the folks who are, while you're incarcerated, trying to stay in touch with family. That's expensive. That costs money. And this is a little beyond the scope of the question, but if you are trying to remain in contact with your community, with your family, then having access to speak to your family without having to pay an arm and a leg is key. And when it comes down to it, we know that Black and Brown folks are disproportionately represented in the criminal legal system. And so it's essentially extracting wealth from communities of folks who could otherwise participate, use these dollars, participate in the economy. And with a 9% collection rate, state of Florida in particular is almost better off just letting them, gather the sales tax from using those dollars in the market, without having to go through collections agencies and driver's license suspensions and, civil liens and all the other things that, cost the state money to sort of bring about. So yeah, it is a counterproductive practice. There's no correlation between the suspensions, and honestly, it's the thing that will make people it's harder for folks to be able to pay it off. We talk to people every single day who, just aren't able to get to work because they don't have a driver's license, or then they're forced to either drive without a driver's license, which makes the roads more dangerous for all of us. I mean, Florida already has a really high uninsured driver rate. What would happen if we just let these safe drivers get their driver's license back and be insured drivers? So there's lots of ways that this impacts all of us, honestly.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ashley. I think that is a great point to end on. We've talked so much about how we are negatively impacted and how there's just still so much work to do. So in honor of reimagining justice, reimagining reentry, reimagining record clearing, I would love for you all to just close this out and take a minute to reimagine what reentry looks like, how we move forward from here, and what it means to you. So let's start with you, Kevin.
Well, first of all, I would just say thanks again for the invitation to be a part of this group. I think so much of all of you that are here today, and appreciate all the work you've done. One of the things that Sheena had pointed out earlier, one of the things we've learned and we've got a long way to go still, is to be able to put a human face on this issue. And I think when we really began to see that here in our own community in Jacksonville and Tallahassee and Tampa, that as soon as we could get legislators, corporations, Chamber of Commerce, local city government, state government, to really understand who we're talking about and experientially be able to reflect that to them in the work that we've been doing, not just in a recidivism number, but really through the outcomes. We spend a lot of time and energy. If you go to our website, we call it Voices of Hope. It's the voices of all of our clients that go through through our program and talk about what it means to get a second chance. But let me tell you what it means. Earlier when we were talking about public-private partnerships, we used our early data from 2000 to 2008 to become one of the first cities to ban the box. And the reason I went to our mayor at the time, I couldn't get the chamber involved, and the chamber said, well, the city's got a prohibition. And so who did I take with me? Were a lot of the folks who'd gone through the program who were able to talk personally about these issues. And so, every city we've had, there's been skin in the game from, our organization and our donor base to be able to get the city and the state involved. In our state of Florida, our governor, our legislature, really see the return on investment of the work that we do. But I got to say, it all came through all of them having an experience. And John does this great. He tells his story. Sheena had mentioned about this earlier, and Coral, thank goodness for your voice and the voice of others. The most important voice at the table in these conversations around policy and around getting people to have this aha moment, or people to begin to see, wow, this is a person who's really transformed me just in the conversation. And so I think it's really important that every city really is mindful about how important it is to connect those of influence, whether it's companies, corporations, legislators in this mix. And that's where we're going to continue to move the needle on policy and all those important pieces. And I know it's what's happened with us.
Thank you so much, Kevin. John, can you reimagine what reentry and record clearing looks like, and how do we move forward from here?
Yeah, I think in addition to what Kevin said, I think that, everything that we've heard in this panel are the elements, right? What Coral was talking about addressing trauma, right? And making sure that the healing process begins at that point, right? I mean, we talk a lot about soft skills when we're talking about employment, but one of the most critical soft skills you can have is if you have the emotional intelligence to deal with life. And if you've never addressed your trauma and no one's ever helped you address your trauma, and then you get thrown into a facility that does nothing but amplify your trauma, you're not necessarily going to have the soft skills that you need to be successful at anything, whether it be a relationship, parenting, or trying to function in a job, if you're lucky enough to get one. Sitting right behind Coral is Ashley's great work, right? Which is to make sure that people don't come out saddled with a mountain of debt. And I think that especially in some states, they bond against that debt. So they'll claim, how much money is owed to the town for fines and fees, and then go get loans against it on something that'll never be paid. But so Ashley's work is very important, because part of this is bringing people back to zero, right? That's a big part of it. And Ashley's work, for the states that have joined on with what Ashley and her team are doing, so they don't need, some John in a state to try to clear licenses and go through that 100 times. When Ashley gets those legislative fixes, I mean, people can then focus on addressing their trauma, reconnecting with family, and of course, then connecting with the Kevins of the world and their organizations. So you really put together a nice panel. And the final piece of it, of course, is Sheena's piece. I can tell you, because of the clean slate and expungement work led by people like Sheena Mead, I'm eligible to get my record expunged this year. And that's a privilege that a lot of people in our state simply do not have. So the idea here is that if the continuum was formed properly, really from Coral, Ashley, Kevin, let John be in there a little bit. I just want to get a picture taken with you guys. And then, of course, concluding with Sheena's great work, what you have a fighting chance, and you have a recipe for success instead of a recipe for failure. So I think that Jasmine, the way you put this panel together, has reimagined reentry just by the people and the voices here. And I thank you all for allowing me to be a small part of it.
Yes, thank you so much, John. Coral, be bold for us. Reimagine what reentry and record clearing looks like here in the state of Florida for us.
Well, I want to be like everybody else and just say thank you for allowing me to be a voice at the table today. I really appreciate speaking from, like others on here, just being directly impacted in the obstacles that I personally faced, upon reentry. I think it's very simple that we actually begin to transform our communities by transforming one life at a time, of every returning citizen that gets the help that they need, the resources they need, the support that they need, the network that they need upon reentry. And as we transform one life at a time, we will begin to see our communities change and our society change. And they are the people, as their lives are transformed, begin to put a different face to what those that don't understand what it means to be directly impacted, to what some people would consider monsters. I've heard it said that before. And when I tell people that I'm directly impacted in my story, they look at me like I'm crazy because I look like the average woman. That's because I am the average woman. The average woman probably has a prior felony conviction that we're afraid to talk about because it's considered a source of shame. Well, shame says I am a bad thing, not that I did a bad thing. And we have to step away from that stigma in our societies and say, you made a poor choice. How do we help you make new choices and overcome the trauma or whatever the choices were that you made, so that we can reimagine our communities? And when we reimagine our communities is when we actually can really begin to reimagine justice alongside of it.
Thank you so much, Coral. And let's end with you, Ashley. Reimagine what reentry and record clearing looks like here in the state of Florida moving forward.
Yeah, and thank you. Same with everybody else. I am thrilled to be on this panel, and I think so much of the work that everybody here is doing. And as I'm listening to everybody talk and thinking about this question, it seems like all of us are addressing, some sort of failure in the current system. And so when I think about reimagining, what reentry could look like, is I think about where are we trying to go? And I think Kevin alluded to this earlier, like what is our ultimate goal, and what are the natural checkpoints that we can put up to see if we're actually doing things that will help take us to our goal. Saddling people with hundreds or thousands of dollars of debt is not going to get us to our goals. We're just so used to sort of doing the same thing over and over again and trying to fix what we're currently doing. And I think it's not working in a lot of ways. Some things are working, and we just need to be brave and sort of restructure our own views of what's possible. Because I think a lot is possible. I think people have tremendous, they have so much to contribute to society. And like, I think all of us just want to open up a world to everyone where they can live their life to the fullest, and take care of their families, take care of themselves, enjoy life, and participate. Like, you know, I imagine what the whole point of the you know, rehabilitation piece of the criminal legal system is so that we can get to that point. But at the same time, we're putting so many barriers up that it's impossible to get to that point. So we just need to completely rethink that.
Thank you all so much for joining us here today. I want to extend another thank you to my guests for joining me. That was such a great, insightful conversation.
My name is Brett Ramsden. I was born in Palmetto, Florida, and spent most of my life there. I currently live in Sarasota. You know, I was a drug addict for, you know, probably 14 years of my life, and, you know, I've been clean and sober the past 4 years. You know, I currently, and because of that, you know, I'm a 9-time returning citizen. Outside of my convictions, you know, I'm a God-fearing man. You know, I'm a husband, I'm a father, college student. You know, I work in treatment, you know, for substance abuse. I now have freedom, you know, in my choices to do the right thing. And, you know, but I also have the responsibility to carry that out and to carry that message to others. But not only that, I need to speak up for the ones that don't have a voice, and I need to get out there and fight for, you know, what is truly right. I think our nation was kind of founded on second chances, you know, and we talk a pretty big game. You know, we say that, you know, we should give them a second chance, you know, but deep down, when it comes down to that, are people really willing to give us a second chance? You know, as we truly believe that we're a nation that does.
If you didn't know, April is Second Chance Month, and this conversation is going to be hosted by my fellow colleague, Lance Wishinger.
Thanks, Tanisha. I'm really excited to see Lance's panel discussion on reimagining second chances. This is taking place during Second Chance Month, and it's so timely, and it's always so timely because second chances is really one of the values that we rally around. And Lance is going to be joined by David Ayala over at FICP-FM, Starla Brown with Americans for Prosperity, Subhash Katil over at Alliance for Safety and Justice, Tachana Joseph Mark with the Florida Policy Institute, and Vivian Nixon, an incredible leader with the College and Community Fellowship. They're going to have a full, thorough conversation around second chances, and I cannot wait to see this. This Reimagining Second Chances panel is coming your way right now.
Hello, and welcome to our panel discussion on reimagining second chances. I want you to imagine for a second what it's like to be incarcerated for years, to come home, and to be with your family again. I want you to imagine what it's like, the feeling to be around those loved ones and to know that you have a second chance. Now I want you to imagine the roadblocks that are put in place for employment. I want you to imagine the obstacles that are put in place for when it comes to housing. Now finally, I want you to imagine that no matter what you do, this is the way it is. I myself am a returning citizen, and I've had to deal with a lot of these issues. My name is Lance Wissinger, and I've experienced each of these issues regardless of my character or how much success I've had in my life. Today, I want to talk about what it's like to reimagine those second chances, what it would be like to actually have second chances to come forward. Along with me today, I have an amazing panel to discuss this topic. David Ayala, whom I've had the honor to work with side by side on Amendment 4 and up in Tallahassee, is with the formerly incarcerated convicted persons and families movement. We also have Starla Brown, who is our Deputy Director for Florida Americans for Prosperity. Subhash Katil, who is our Florida State Director for the Alliance of Safety and Justice. We also have Tachana Joseph Mark, who's the Florida Policy Institute. And I haven't had the honor to work with Tachana yet, but I'm really looking forward to her insights. And finally, Vivian Nixon. Vivian has an amazing story and is a great leader that I happen to look up to. Vivian is the Executive Director for the College and Community Fellowship. I'm super excited to be on such a great panel and can't wait to get started. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and open it up to you guys, and I'm gonna start with Vivian. What does reimagining second chances mean and look like to you?
I would like to call it imagining second chances, because we haven't been very good at giving second chances in the past. And we haven't really imagined what life can be like for people after they've been oppressed, subjugated, and marginalized by any of the many systems that are controlled by structural and systemic racism in a country that really has a caste system. So any population that has been marginalized in that way really has to imagine a second chance for themselves, because they've never really been given equal access to all of the benefits that this country has to offer, including high quality education, decent housing, economic opportunity. So we have to begin with the fact that we're not starting from that same place where we've all been given equal opportunity from birth. So what it looks like for me is acknowledging that, and acknowledging that we are kind of owed the time, the space, the resources, the education, and the opportunity that would have been available had we had good schooling, quality housing, and economic opportunity for the past several generations that we've been on this land. It looks like a fresh start, starting over from square one.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Thank you so much. And really it is about just starting out to imagine. David, if you could share your same thoughts on that same question, what does a second chance mean, reimagining a second chance mean to you, and what would that look like?
So for me, reimagining a second chance means, number one, politicians taking accountability for the millions of lives they have destroyed. And number two, finally putting in place some policies that begin to restore and heal the damage that has been caused to these lives. What this looks like to me is, number one, banning the box, and start there. But we can't just stay there. It has to be free education for all formerly incarcerated and convicted people, especially those who have been a product of the school to prison pipeline, because this will broaden their employment. And then also affordable housing. And then most importantly to me, as I look back at, stepping out into society, creating and funding a space that's led by formerly incarcerated and convicted people who have transitioned to help change the mindset of our brothers and sisters coming home. And maybe this space needs to be created inside of prison, allowing us to go back and really creating a space and coming together with our brothers to change the mindset of what it's really like coming out.
Yeah, I would love to see second chances started before you even come out the door. Like I said, I had a chance to come out, and man, it was tough. Starla, if you would mind answering that same question, what does a second chance mean, and what does it look like to you?
Right. So I think from my perspective and from the organization, what we do is, I think it's important to start with a belief that everyone has potential and that everyone can contribute to society when the barriers are removed that prevent them from success. When people are truly free from these barriers, they are capable of extraordinary things. And however, returning citizens, after completing their sentences, face some of the most incredible barriers that are out there, right? They're difficult to overcome, if at all. And whether it's court-based debt or it's opportunities for employment, we talk some here about education, right? Job skills, training, affordable housing for sure. Even mentoring and community support. And by that, I mean a community that rallies around people who were formerly incarcerated. But for me, a bottom line here to reimagine second chances, we need to understand that the difference in reforming the criminal justice system versus transforming the criminal justice system. And I think when we get to the juncture of those two words and the differences of what they can mean, I think when we start to see transformation versus just reformation, I believe that's where we can have a great start.
Amazing. Transformation is so important. We can talk till we're blue in the face about reforming, but until there's an actual transformation, then we're not going to get anywhere. Tachana, same to you. What does the second chance look like to you, and what does it mean?
Yeah, thank you. When I think about reimagining second chances, two questions typically come to mind. The first one is, how do we as a society define corrections? And when is correction no longer correction, but a lifetime punishment? So as a result, this always leads me to think about my actions and our actions at the individual level, and as well as the micro level, the systemic issues that exist. So as an individual, how do we interact with returning citizens? How do we respond when we hear when we hear of somebody's criminal past? Do we limit them to that past, or do we attempt to see their whole humanhood? So language matters. Our interactions and our perception, they matter greatly when it comes to reimagining second chances. And also as a collective, how are we ensuring that policies that promote second chances remain at the forefront of our legislative efforts? So the bottom line for me, I see it as a two-way, two approach. You have the individual level on one side, and you also have the collective and how we can leverage our power to make sure that we are reflecting some of those changes at the state level, the national level.
Thank you, and that totally makes sense. One of the things that I think about is I had that second chance, and there wasn't really any help out there. Thankfully, we have an organization like ours and everyone that's on this panel that's out there reaching out and really trying to embrace what that second chance is. Subhash, sir, I'd love to hear what your take is on this same question.
Great, and apologize for the bad internet connection. As an organization that represents almost 5,000 crime survivors across the state, I think there's one thing that sits with us, which is it's a new chance to really rebuild our communities and restore our communities and kind of heal the harm that's happened in communities. I think in a lot of families and a lot of communities across the state, you have an individual that you either have a family where you have an individual that was a victim of harm or victim of violence, and another individual in the same family that was a victim of the justice system. Or sometimes you have individuals that were both victims of violence, victims of harm, victims of crime in the state, and at the same time had to interact with the justice system. And I think that when we talk about second chances, I hope we can broaden our understanding of it to really look at a second chance to really restore and heal what's been harmed in our community as a whole.
Thank you. Yeah, one of the things I like to talk about is that we are a nation built on second chances. We are a nation built of underdogs, and returning citizens, we match that. We are exactly what this nation feeds on. And so people like us take advantage of that second chance. And so for us to be able to have those changes and to reimagine what it really means to take that second chance, we're going to have so much more success once people realize what it means to actually give someone a second chance. So my next question for us is going to be, How does prison programming help transition from incarceration to the community? Followed up with, what are the biggest obstacles that returning citizens can face? So how does the transition from incarceration to the community, and what are the obstacles? Starla, I'm going to start with you this time on that.
Okay, great. So I talked a little bit in the opening part of this about some of those obstacles, but from the perspective of us working in a great deal in that key institution of government, there are studies that have shown within the first 5 years of release that 75 or 77%, which study you want to look at, of people who were formerly incarcerated will reoffend. But when you combine that with another statistic that 95% of people currently incarcerated are in the process of completing their sentencing and will return to their community, it becomes incredibly important that we transform prison programming. I mean, the notion that a person incarcerated for any length of time without real solutions to help them transition back into society hasn't worked. And our organization is part of a larger community called Stand Together. And one of the things that we've worked on as an organization over on that side is this bottom-up solutions we've seen that truly transform and change the purpose of the system, resulting in a different system, have the most success. So, we've got to look at programs within the prison system, knowing that, this 95% of people are going to return to society, and how do we best help them do so? I mentioned earlier, again, some of those obstacles, but for the purpose of this question, I think it's really important to focus on some basic needs. And if we look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right, in order for people to self-actualize, to rise, to be their best person, to reach their full potential, it all starts with basic needs. And there's so many people who are reentering society who don't have food or shelter or security. And by security, sometimes I mean that equates to jobs and economic means. So the more programs out there that can help facilitate this transition, I think the better off everyone will be in society as a whole, right? Working together in our communities. And so that's the approach that I would offer.
Yeah, and that's great. I think about my opportunity when I came home and I was in a program to be able to come home and went through the transition. It was amazing to be able to have that, but it's not offered to as many people. Vivian, if you're able to expound on this question, tell me what your thoughts of the coming out of the incarceration into the community and the obstacles that are up in front of us.
Well, over the years, I've begun to believe that the only way out of this permanent system of punishment is to begin to look at the process of preparing people for reentry as the process of preparing them to have the type of influence and power that will abolish the prison system, which means providing all levels of education from basic adult education to high school equivalency to college, and giving those who want the option of the type of post-secondary education that really leads to critical thinking, examining history, examining social systems and structures, and learning how to combat that through civic engagement, and then leaving the system and becoming civically engaged in not only making sure people have what they need, food, clothing, shelter, we all need those things, but in many cases, especially in the larger metropolitan areas of this country, a minimum wage job is not going to provide any of that. You're still going to be struggling. You're still going to be subject to all of the same temptations and dangers as you were before incarceration. But if you combine training for work with training the mind to understand one's political power, and to understand that when people try to take away your vote, there's a reason they're trying to take away your vote. It's because you can vote this system to go away. You can vote a different type of system into being. And for me, preparing people to enter society is preparing them to be warriors for justice.
That's awesome. Education is so important. I myself tried to get my education while I was incarcerated and wasn't able to, so I just taught myself. I wish there would have been more programs available, and I know that there's a lot of other people that feel that way, that wish there was more programs. David, if you could tell me about your experience and how you feel that the obstacles are in the way of when people are coming home from incarceration.
Yeah, well, first I would like to say, I don't think there's any mechanism put in place to fully transition or to rehabilitate. You know, here in Florida, you know, most of us already know that in their Florida statute, it basically says that rehabilitation is not primary. Their primary goal is punishment. So there is no rehabilitation as you transition. Now, with regards to the biggest obstacle, you know, we all have we all see the common ones where we want to ban the box, we want to create more employment, free education because of I mean, you product of the school to prison pipeline, you've been damaged, you've been your education has been stolen from you, which is why I'm so firm on education and it being free for us. But also, I think a huge obstacle that folks like myself get out, not having a support system, not having that space of people that just genuinely support you, and having a support group that's knowing that can guide you through these obstacles. Because we get out, we don't know about the banning the box when we first get out. We don't know about the obstacles with regards to education. We don't know that the reason our mother didn't let us come home to her address is because it is in the clause of her agreement that we can't live with her. So it goes back to what I was saying, creating a space and that's funded and led by us, folks who have gone through this transition to help, change the mindset of folks getting out. Because for so long I've heard, oh yeah, I've done the hard part, I did my time. Well, you know what? I've done 21 years in and out of prison. The longest term was 8 years. And I'll tell you, the hardest time I've done was these 14 years that I've spent transitioning my life and staying out. So most importantly to me, I think, is having a huge support group.
Support is a huge thing. And in fact, one of the things I talk about is that my hardest day in prison was the day I came home. Everyone would think that that would be the day that you're the most excited and that you come home, but instead you realize there's all these obstacles and all these things that are in your way, and you can't just live your life. And so, like, my hardest day was the day I came home. I was totally not prepared to have a life sentence on my second chance. Tachana, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this.
Yeah, so several of my panelists here, they've talked about the importance of vocational training and education programming in prison facilities. So at our organization, we always think of it that way. So investment has to be done in two major ways. So the first part is, okay, yes, it's pushing to have those programmings, pushing to have teachers to have some of those industry certifications classes available, and also holding elected officials accountable for when there is a budget deficit, right? So in 2018, when the Department of Corrections faced a $28 million deficit, the first few programmings, the line items that were up for, that carried the brunt of that deficit, were things like, reentry programmings, right? So there's that investment aspect there as well. And there's also the other side, right? Where when folks are returning back, how do we make sure that, okay, if as a state, if the state has invested money into providing some level of education, how do you make sure they have the proper infrastructure to actually apply that education that they've received? So also investment on the back end and the transition aspect of it, as David mentioned, to make sure that, okay, we're not just providing education, but we are also creating a landscape where they can actually apply for certain jobs. So one issue, there's a bill right now in the legislature that's seeking to do just that. For example, in 2018, the Department of Corrections provided training for almost like 6,000 people, some type of vocational and industry certification trainings. However, there isn't like a pipeline program where some of those training hours can be transferred to when they actually, if they do choose to pursue an occupational licensing. So for example, if you were enrolled in like a barbering class while you were incarcerated, upon you graduated, the state pretty much has invested that into that education. But after you actually been released, there are so many barriers that are actually hindering you from getting that that license as a barber. Anything from moral character clause to disqualifying periods. There are so many things, so many barriers that are there. So I think of it, yes, for us to make these key investment in educational program, but also similar efforts in the back end as well, to make sure that folks can actually live on the educations that they have received.
Yeah, again, education is so important, especially when it comes to second chances and people coming home from incarceration. Shabazz, if you could finish us up on that particular question, the transition programs coming out of incarceration, the obstacles in the community, how would you reimagine a second chance of how we work with those?
Yeah, and I don't want to speak over anything else everyone else said, because everyone else said great points. And I think from the perspective of our members, who have survived crime or survived harm, survived violence, I think there's a couple questions we should just ask the state and ask everyone, right? What does it take for us to be safe, right? And I think there's a second question after that. Do we want individuals in the justice system to come out better than when they went in? Do we want them to come out with better opportunities than when they went in? Is it better for all of us if individuals have the tools to succeed versus the tools to fail? And I feel like when we talk, as David said, and others have said, when we talk about a system where we're trying to punish or rehabilitate, and those are the key questions, I think we're avoiding the key question of what do we have to do to keep us safe and what's the best outcome. And to me, if the best outcome is understanding, as Starla had said, that most individuals in the justice system are coming out one day, then to me, the answer is we want to make sure we're answering this question right and making sure that people come out of the justice system better and with the tools to succeed versus worse. And I think most of us can agree that by and large, the state does plenty of things right, plenty of things wrong, but by and large, we don't have the right answer to that question right now.
Yeah, one of my biggest fears of going through incarceration was I was going to come out worse than I went in. I mean, I was scared to death of that. And something that we've been talking about a lot lately has been, what's the best thing for public safety? And it's not incarceration, it's opportunity. That's what's going to keep people safe. So with that, we're talking about reimagining. So we're talking about digging in, getting a little deeper. And so this next question that I have for you guys, take what we've already talked about, but really think about a specific that maybe we could get into when it comes to educational, employment, other opportunities for people to avoid further incarceration. So like I said, the best thing I feel like for public safety is opportunity, not incarceration. So what's something specifically that we could work on to move forward that we could share with the rest of our organization and our other memberships here that we could work on to move forward? And Tachana, I really appreciated where you're going with the education. I'd love for you to start us off on this one.
Yeah, so, and I like that you've mentioned to dig in. Honestly, I've been spending a lot of time kind of like going over the Department of Corrections, like recidivism report, right? So, and so pretty much the department tracks down for like 3 years, like the people who have been released, and kind of like see whether they have been arrested and how many of them. So like the folks who were released in 2016, 3 out of 5 of them were arrested within 36 months of being released, right? So, and they have some of the factors, right? Some of the factors that they, as like, you know, through research and through their own analysis that they kind of like highlight are some of the indicators of recidivism, right? And one of them, right, is like whether that person received a bus ticket, right? It's one of the strongest indicator of whether that person will be returning back to one of DOC's facilities. And it's interesting, and not to take away, my organization, the Florida Policy Institute, we have been doing a lot of work in occupational licensing and pushing some of these reforms. But it was really interesting to me how something as like a bus ticket, how personally as an analyst and advocate myself, I haven't taken that time to even ask myself why, right? So recently when I read this, and I'm like, this is something, right? And I've been spending more time to like research and see how, as like, of course, engaging with other folks to see, okay, how do we ask the right question, right? Why is this one of the strongest indicators, and why aren't we doing much about it, right? To making sure. So, and we know studies have been, consistent over the years by telling us that, having some of those like, visitation hours, having some of those community-based ties while you are incarcerated are like really help you with transitioning back. So when you think about somebody receiving bus tickets, does that mean they did not have that type of relationship, those type of ties while they were incarcerated? Also, it also brings the question, because we do know that here, at least here in the state of Florida, there are folks who are incarcerated, they're not necessarily, located nearby families. So the trip, I know I have a loved one who is incarcerated. His family lives down in South Florida, and he's incarcerated all the way in like almost like an hour out of Tallahassee. So when you think about the financial obligations for family members to probably take the days off, rent a car, gas, tolls, all the financial burdens that come with like just one visitation, it is a burden. And a lot of times, so it's just interesting to me. I've been really sitting there, really going over some of the research just to kind of see why hasn't this been, in the report, like in the report, it's just like, oh, this is just like one of the factors. It doesn't mean this, doesn't mean that. But it was really interesting to me how, as a, how our legislators, and as well as like, as also DOC, how there have not been that like that effort to really understand why and what can we do about it. So I'm glad that this is the very first time I publicly talk about it, and I have all these great minds here with me. So hopefully we can talk more about this.
Yeah, I think the point that really hit home was what is the right question? What is the question that we need to be asking these people to figure out, how do we have this success? Subhash, do you have some specifics that maybe we could dig into that we could share with the rest of our organization on how we can improve on employment, education, living situations?
Yeah, and I think, to be fair, the legislature 2 years ago took one step forward, when they removed some of the barriers to become, a barber, beautician, septic tank worker, et cetera, 2 years ago. And I think that was positive. I would love to see more changes like that. I think there's a general understanding that, the record sealing expungement process in the state, I mean, just to be fair, the state needs a lot of workers, and the state also has a lot of people that are desperately seeking opportunity. For a state that needs a lot of workers and has a lot of good workers and has a lot of people coming out of the justice system that need a lot of opportunity, it doesn't make sense that, for example, most folks can only expunge a single arrest. That just doesn't make a lot of sense. It's not clear to me how that contributes to public safety, how that contributes to rehabilitation, how that contributes to a good workforce. And I think, in my opinion, if we were going to take a couple more steps forward, what the legislature did 2 years ago was a good thing. If we want to do more good, we could start looking at that process. Because I've heard a lot of people say that they believe the expungement record sealing process of Florida is ridiculous. So, I think that's one step.
Yeah, so we got support from our family and community and organizations like you guys, but now we just need the support of the legislator to back us up and understand where we're coming from and to know what we have to go through. Vivian, if you could go ahead and tell us maybe some specifics that you have for us to share.
Well, I think one of the most significant things we can do to prevent recidivism is to understand how states measure recidivism. The general public reads that statistic that, X number % of people go back to prison in this many years and thinks that, oh, they went out and did some terrible crime, when it's often technical parole violations. And what technical parole violations do is take people away from their families, from their jobs, from their homes for absolutely no reason, for being late on a curfew, for missing an appointment. That is a waste of the state's money. It is ridiculous. And a lot of this so-called recidivism can be reduced by eliminating technical violations and not setting people back all the way to zero because of a late appointment, a missed appointment, or some other arbitrary rule that's on their parole, in their parole stipulations. And the general public doesn't understand that. So they hear recidivism and all they think is new crime, when most of the time, that's not actually what's happening.
Yeah, technical violations hits close to home. I got one for riding a motorcycle without eyewear, and they violated me and gave me 60 more days. So totally understand and agree with the
days away from your job and your family, right?
Yep. I was on my way to work and I got pulled over I lost my glasses. So, but anyway, that's a whole nother story. But yeah, technical violations, like being able to eliminate that and really making, again, obstacles, roadblocks that we keep running into, and these things that are set up to help people fail. David, I'd love to hear your thoughts, buddy.
Yeah, so I think when I look at folks getting out and look at and try to pinpoint what really will get them over the hurdle. I look at college. I mean, senior students in high school, and they're a year out from graduating, and you notice how much goes into them to make sure they get to college. From the counseling at school, to the visiting of colleges, to the parents talking through them. They have that support system. If we can create that in the prisons for our people getting out, and mind you, someone may need more than a year. I notice we may need to do a study depending on how much time they have been spent inside. It may take them more than a year for them to go through that process of some real deep counseling of what it's going to look like getting out. What is it that you want to do? Okay, how can we put you into the space of what you want to do? If it's education, you want to go to school, you want to do vocational, creating that pathway prior to them getting out and going through. Okay, these are the obstacles that you're going to come across, but this is how you can overcome them. For example, I had a difficult time getting federal grants because I never signed up for selective services. That means that you can be drafted, because at the age of 18, I was in prison. I didn't even know what selective services was until I applied for a federal grant. But because I had a support system, I had a woman in my life that had already developed her life, and you know, she come from you know, she's straight out of law school. She was able to explain to me, how can they prove that you didn't want to sign up, you know? And she had me go deeper. Okay, well, you know what? Let me write them. And they wrote back to me saying, you know what? You were in prison. We never reached out to you. So here's a letter stating that you can sign up for, you can get federal grants. And I used that letter to get my federal grants. But if I didn't have someone in my life to explain to me, hey, you know what? You were in prison. Did they reach out to you? No, they didn't. You need to write them. I would have given up right there on the spot. And that's that. So many folks get out, and the first hurdle, because they don't have someone to get them over that, they give up.
Yeah, and you have an amazing family and great support. I was lucky enough to have an amazing support system when I came home, and still to this day, being with this organization, still have an amazing support system. And I hope that everyone gets the opportunity to do that. And I feel like support is really the main thing that we've kind of crossed with everybody here. Starla, if you could finish us up on this particular question and answer any specifics that you think would be beneficial for reimagining a second chance when it comes to education, employment, housing.
Sure. And I think each of you have shared some incredible barriers, right? I talked a lot about breaking those barriers and these technical parole violations, not being near your family. I have advocates and activists on our grassroots side who've moved to be closer to a family member, right? So that they can have visitation and, you know, and be near to them. And just that fact alone has helped that family member who's incarcerated. So there's story after story of all these things we need to change. And so I kind of mentioned, you know, again, this bottom-up solution, you know, for a lot of these programs. There are many of these solutions are through the nonprofit community rather than a government-based solution that's sort of top-down. And, you know, I'm probably the least proponent of a top-down government-run program, although we work primarily in that key institution to drive lasting policy changes. The hope there is to remove the barriers to opportunity that already exist, right? These laws and these stories that you can share. And I find a lot with our activists and our people who are engaged with us on criminal justice reform, that when they hear these stories, you know, and keep sharing them, keep telling them, keep doing that, I find more people come along with us who maybe had a different viewpoint of what this looks like when they understand some of the more ridiculous things that have led to reincarceration that have nothing to do with someone, you know, actually committing an offense or a crime. It's really a violation of their parole. And to, you know, to keep government from implementing more of those barriers is another thing that we do. That's, you know, we don't want to see more laws enacted that put up more barriers. We want to tear those down. And you know, Tachana, you mentioned a lot about occupational licensing, and not to get off into another piece of policy, but for example, that's a barrier to opportunity to a job. So if we're talking about jobs in education or even opening a business, the story of Melody Armstrong comes to mind, who in my home state of Mississippi transformed, and I'm going to use that word, transformed, the system in the cosmetology industry to break a barrier for women to become hair braiders. And it immediately opened up more opportunity for jobs. She was able to break that barrier as a citizen activist, right? And working through the state legislature there and even through lobbying. But I think the statistic is something like 400 people applied for that particular license when she got it down to a barrier of it was $25 versus tons of requirements for the occupational licensing. And immediately people who had a skill were able to apply for something affordable and be able to create their own path. One person or one nonprofit can make a difference and help returning citizens with things like educational or employment opportunities. And I think that we need to do a better job of highlighting those individuals, coming alongside them and working with them, and bringing them forth even to the legislator, right? So they understand these programs and how the barriers that are implemented by these laws don't actually even allow them sometimes to be as effective as they could be mentoring in our communities.
Yeah, I can tell you, as someone that was incarcerated, I thought, and I would hear policy changes, things that could happen, and as an incarcerated person, I never believed that anything would happen. And now here I am with the opportunity to be on a panel with you great people and to work with an organization and to actually see the change happening. And so, like, this reimagining and getting people involved and having the support has just been truly amazing. And before we move on to the next question, does anybody else have anything else to follow up on this? If not, we'll move on. So, all right, my next question, again, we're boiling down, we're getting down deep, and I really want to get, this hits me personally because I happen to work on an organization down in Fort Myers that is a reentry task force for our county sheriff. And so I want to know from you guys, what's the best role that local law enforcement can do, or as it relates to second chances? So Subhash, I would love to hear what you think, how local law enforcement could really reimagine our second chance.
Well, I think you gave one example of the work that some sheriffs are doing, contributing and supporting to reentry work. I think another thing is really, in having a lot of conversations with law enforcement, I realize a lot of law enforcement leaders really do understand the need for second chances in our community and just need to, in my opinion, just echo that need a lot more and echo the firm belief and desire in second chances, because I feel like folks don't hear that enough, that there's a firm belief in second chances in Florida, and that firm belief translates to law enforcement as well. That's the first step, I'd say.
Thank you. David, I'll go to you for the next answer. How can local law enforcement reimagine a second chance?
I can't lie, that's a difficult question for me. I don't think they can. I don't think they even have a position in it. I think their mindset, is me personally, I think most police officers have a specific mindset to go into that job, and it makes it difficult for them to really play a part in it. Maybe there's a lot of creative minds on this panel that can probably have some other thoughts that can expand and stretch me, but from my experience.
Yeah, so again, one of the things, and it's unfortunate that we feel like that, and it's true to some extent. Luckily, I'm able to work on an organization down there. Like I said, we talked earlier about getting a bus pass and how that affects people. One of the things that we've been trying to do is to give bicycles to people that that don't just have to walk home, to help them find a job as they're coming out. And so this, I feel like, is a new thing that's really starting to get started. And so hopefully, as more people can get involved, we can change your mind, that there is things that law enforcement can eventually do to help with second chances. And honestly, I believe that we could get there, but I also agree with you that we're not there yet, and there may not necessarily be anything at this particular moment. Vivian, if you wouldn't mind following that up.
Yeah, I do have a suggestion about what law enforcement could do. When communities are articulating that many of the things that drive the input into the criminal justice system, including communities that don't have adequate housing, adequate education, adequate access to jobs, need investment and that city budgets have to be balanced, state budgets have to be balanced. They can't borrow money like the federal government. We need to be investing in those communities so that on the front end, we're not filling up the prisons, and on the back end, we're able to support people coming out. Well, that money has to come from somewhere. So sometimes, in order to prove that you have a mindset that you really are trying to help solve a problem instead of contribute to a problem, you have to give something up. You have to make some sacrifice. So maybe instead of having to have people demand that we disinvest from so much surveillance and control and policing, maybe the police can say, you know what? We are overfunded. We have more police than we need, and we're doing more than we should be doing. And we're actually surveilling communities in a way that they don't need surveillance. When police are really needed, they should be available. But do they need to be funded at the level they're funded? And do they need to have equipment that you could actually start a war with? So maybe police departments can look at their own budgets and figure out, you know what, we're going to give this back to the community. That would go a long way toward convincing me that they really want to help.
Yeah, I would love to see more community engagement and less militarization. So I totally get where you're coming from on that, and thank you for that insight. Starla, I'd love to hear where you're at on the how law enforcement can reimagine a second chance.
Sure. So, you know, we've done some work in the area of policing as far as policy work goes. And, you know, look, our criminal justice system, it should provide public safety and mitigate against threats, right? Such as crimes involving violence. And while protecting unalienable rights of everyone, you know, laws must reflect those goals and be enforced equally. And I think that's the notion of equal rights, right? When we're talking about policing and enforcing laws, there isn't a set of law for one group of people and a set of laws for another. Those have to be applied equally. And while yes, we have a lot to do in sentencing reform, right, to get that right, because the punishment ought to be proportionate to the crime committed, and time spent in prison must include a rehabilitative component. Firmly believe that. You know, one that's effective at preventing what we're talking about here, reoffending and providing a second chance. But, you know, as law enforcement provides public safety in partnership with the community, its practices should respect the rights and moral dignity of everyone and avoid creating a sense of insecurity in the community, you know, which undermines this notion of self-actualization, right, of people really reaching their full potential. And I'll say to you, last year, you know, prior to COVID, or it all seems like one long day, but at this point, right? But prior to that, in Boca Raton, we had an opportunity to work with the police department there, and we put together a Unity in the Community March and partnered with churches in Pearl City, which is a very historic area in the Black community. And we were marching together. And one of the most poignant photographs that I took that day was a police officer and a member of the community, a female police officer, walking hand in hand as we marched through the streets of Boca Raton and through that community. And what we were talking about is policing, right? We were really marching together to say that the police department can work with the community, that we can come together around common causes. And so I've seen some, you know, Lance, you mentioned a program you've been working with, right? I've seen some police departments and some sheriff's departments start to edge it that way. But overall, we do know that, you know, there's been a lot of times that we're working on legislation, the people who show up for good legislation that would transform the criminal justice system are often the opposition does come from departments of law enforcement. And so I think what we have to do is, you know, Vivian, I liked your notion, right, of you know, are we overfunded, right? And are we spending more towards things that don't matter that aren't improving the community, and could we somehow, turn that into programs or to other things? So I applaud those people in law enforcement who are working towards that goal, and we just need more of them.
Thank you. Yeah, I would love to see more programs available. That's close to my heart as well. Tachana, finish us out on this particular topic, then we'll move on to our close.
There is an opportunity for more education. I think David mentioned something along the lines where, to have groups, to have like a community-based organization that is led by directly impacted individuals, and for that type of education, for it to not just be law enforcement educating themselves or policing themselves, but allowing people who have been who have experienced what some of the negative impact of labeling to come in to be able to provide experiences with the hopes of training them and allowing them to see them like they whole humanhood, and not just like somebody with a felony conviction attached on to their name.
So I'm going to finish out with this last question. Just a quick response, something that you can leave us with. What is one action that people, whether policymakers, advocates, communities, or returning citizens, can take to support reimagining a second chance? So what's one action that you want to leave for everybody else here to go out and do right now? And so I'm just going to go around the circle here. Vivian, I'd love to start with you.
If you are formerly incarcerated, never hesitate to own that experience in your life, because it somehow changed you, and many times in ways that made you stronger and more resilient. And when you're out here doing a wonderful job in your community or in your workplace, in your family, don't see that as a negative. See that as something you can share, because when people know that they're around formerly incarcerated people all the time, every day, and don't even know it, it becomes less of this thing to fear and more of, wow, if these folks get the support that they need, they're going to be good neighbors. They're going to be good family members. They're going to be good employees. And mentor another formerly incarcerated person. That's the thing you can do.
Love it. Preaching to the choir. Like, I feel that I tell everybody that my biggest mistake has now become my best asset. And I talk about my incarceration and my incident all the time. So thank you so much. That's great advice to mentor another returning citizen, formerly incarcerated person. Subhash, give us one piece of advice before we go, bud.
So I think it's a bigger question about what we do, right? And a lot of my work is based upon this understanding that, we always hear how hurt people, but what we don't hear is how healed people can heal people, right? And I want to, and another thing that kind of drives me thinking about the work we do, especially when I was younger, when you look at a neighborhood where there's a lot of crime and violence, people would always talk about how that's a dangerous neighborhood and that's a rough neighborhood, right? And the presumption there is a neighborhood full of perpetrators, right? When you look at who was victimized by crime and violence in those communities, the same people that lived in those communities. It wasn't a separate group of people, right? And so how do we think differently if we looked at that same community as a community that needed healing and resources to pick itself up, right? Rather than looking at a neighborhood where there was a lot of crime and violence as a neighborhood that was a rough neighborhood full of perpetrators. It was a neighborhood full of folks that were survivors that needed healing and resources. And to me, that's more a call to all of us to really lean in and start not only thinking different, but seeing different, and calling other people into that process of thinking of public safety differently in our communities.
Love it. If you want to change the world, man, change your perspective. The world around you will change. Love it. Tachana, give us one piece of advice to leave on.
You're on mute, Tachana.
host meeting. Okay, sorry. Language. I know for a lot of us who are on this panel, we kind of like, we have that down pat. So, but I think when it comes to like the word like felons, ex-felons, like, or like a couple months back, I wrote an op-ed, and in the title it was returning citizens. However, after we submitted that out to the media, and they changed the wording to like felons, right? So it's like checking, being able to kind of like stop and call somebody out, like, respectfully. I mean, and kind of like tell them like, language. So I think language really matters. And we were able to kind of like write an email to the editor and say, hey, like, we don't use that term. But I think it's something that it's to the point where a lot of times people who are not necessarily doing that work, they don't even understand like the impact of continuing to like limit someone to that part of their lives, like, ex-felons, what is that? So I think my final thing would be language, and how we can be active agent in making sure people are being called out on some of those tendencies.
Yeah, changing the language makes sense. I know first time I heard the word returning citizen, it kind of took me back a little bit. I was like, but it's true. We are returning citizens, and that changed the mindset just by changing the language. So thank you very much. That's a great piece of advice. David?
Yes, if you are a returning citizen or a formerly incarcerated or convicted person, I would advise that you create a support circle around yourself. You know what? If you cannot create one, you don't have one, you have one at the formerly incarcerated convicted people's families movement. You're family to us. So reach out to us. Go to ficpfm.org, and we'll reach right back out to you to make sure you got that support.
I can attest to that, David. You have been an amazing friend and supporter whenever I've had the opportunity to sit and hang out with you, buddy. So I really appreciate that, and the reaching out to everybody else to give that support. It's a huge, huge deal. And we'll finish up with Starla. Starla, I'd love to hear the one piece of advice that you can leave for us that we can go out and make some action.
So one, I'd like to thank everybody that's on this panel today, because you've taken your life's work and devoted it to this, this reformation and now transformation is the word that I love, right? So I would say to people who are returning, this was a difficult question for me, because there isn't a clear one-shot answer at this point, and I wish I had that answer, but we've talked about so many components today, but look to the community. Like David said, find those mentors, find those people to be around you, to lift you up. Look to the faith-based organizations, churches, find the people in your community who want to help and who sincerely want to invest in your success. Those people who want to live in a society of mutual benefit, where what we do for each other matters. And so don't give up, don't lose hope. There are people out there who believe in all people and believe that you have the potential to be your best self.
That's awesome, and such a great note to end on. If I could wrap anything up with this, I would say the three main points of our discussion today was offer, give, find support, change the narrative, change your mindset, get involved, and just really go out there and try to make a difference, and just take advantage of the second chances, just like I know some of us have here today. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate your time, and I hope that everyone out there got something out of this discussion today.
My name is Minister Anthony Durden. I'm a community activist here in Miami, Florida. Born in Miami, grew up in Compton, California. I'm currently married. I'm a full-time employee. I'm also the president and CEO of my nonprofit organization, which is SHARING, standing for Sharing Hope, Empowerment, and Reaction. I'm also an executive member of the Circle of Brotherhood, Black Men Solving Our Own Community Problems. Our headquarters is here in Miami, Florida. I'm just grateful to be here on this platform today to speak about my experiences as a returning citizen. There's a traumatic experience just going through the process of being arrested, handcuffed, and put into an environment of jail. That could be traumatic for someone who's just spent a night in jail. So you can imagine a person who spent calendar years, like myself, year after year after year after year, and now you're released back into a population that you can't even relate to or identify with. It can be a very traumatic experience. And I know for firsthand, for many of us who we want to get out and we can't wait to that day that we're set free from prison, but there's a overwhelming sense of anxiety and worry and fear that I may return because I don't have the mechanics or the fortitude or the wherewithal or the support, the strong support system that would allow me to break these walls of barriers that I may be facing once I'm released from incarceration. There's all sorts of resources and help that's out there. If you don't know, get connected to organizations that's doing the work in the community like Florida Rights Restoration Coalition, the Circle of Brotherhood, organizations like that are based in Miami. In whatever chapter, whatever location, county, city that you stay in and reside, I would encourage all of my returning citizens that while you're incarcerated, try to connect with organizations before you come home so that they can be a buffer between you and the community so that you can have a better re-entry experience because it's very traumatic coming out of prison or jail. Not being able to rent an apartment, not being able to rent a home, which I was denied both opportunities, trying to relocate my family, being turned down from, landlords that was telling me, or housing associations that was telling me because I was a convicted felon that I was not eligible to rent without any valid reason other than just the fact that I'm an ex-felon. And so I was looking to see if maybe there could be some things that could be done in terms of legislation to try to get some bills passed that would open up a door for returning citizens like myself who have proven that they was rehabilitated and had given back their time and paid their debt to society, that would be given the opportunity to have the basic needs of life, which is housing. And so I had a few character reference letters written by our beautiful newly elected mayor, Danielle Levine Cava, who wrote a very beautiful character letter for me. Also, I reached out to my brother, Errol Iguodaro, who is the city councilman of Miami Gardens. And I reached out to our queen of our community. We call her the queen. Her name is Dr. Dorothy Bendros Mendigal. She's the school board member of the Miami-Dade Public School. They both wrote 3 beautiful character letters to me that I submitted to the landlord. Although my wife had pretty much already opened up the door for me to go ahead and fill out the lease, I believe that that was just an extra measure of, enforcement that, hey, I'm a credible renter, I'm a credible human being. I should be given the opportunity to be able to have a place to stay. And so I spoke with Desmond Meade on this issue, and not knowing that he had also went through the same obstacles. And I talked with Brother Neil, and I told him that I wanted to get more involved in terms of lifting up our voices in our platforms to be able to talk about this issue as it relates to housing and renting, because I'm a man. I can make it, I can survive. I've slept on the streets before. I've been homeless. I've slept in cars and whatnot like that. But I'm just thinking about a woman who's been released from incarceration, who may be trying to relocate with her children and may be denied the basic necessities to find house because she may have served time in prison or had a conviction on her record and she's being denied housing. So I just think it's a very unfortunate situation that needs to be really addressed and dealt with. So I definitely want to encourage all of my returning citizens, if you haven't registered to vote, get registered to vote. We have to. continue to emphasize how important voting is, because a lot of our issues that we face, a lot of our barriers that we face could be dealt with if we vote and if we play a role in the process of voting. Get to learn who your local officials are. If we have people in the way that are hindering our progress, then we can use our voting power to vote them out, so that we don't have the same people sitting in positions of power that's going to use power to inflict pain and suffering on the least of these, which the Bible compels us that you do unto the least of them is like doing unto me. So when we look at the poor, when we look at the downtrodden, when we look at the homeless, when we look at people that are battling substance abuse issues, they are all human beings, and we have to treat them as such. And everyone, even to the worst of those that society has painted a picture of, deserves to be treated with human dignity and integrity. So I encourage all of our returning citizens to not just sit on the sidelines, but get in the game.
Hi, my name is Heather Moyers. I am the Chapter Development Coordinator at FRRC. My role here is to develop high-capacity chapters and chapter members across the state that can wield and amass power to help returning citizens and their families. That means supporting chapters, developing and implementing quality trainings that develop and empower our teams, and organizing development procedures and structure.
Hi, thank you for joining us. My name is Sister Connie Burton, and I am a lead organizer for FRRC. I'm very excited to be in here today. One of my tasks and goals is to bring in and align as many impacted families as possible. One unique thing about my role here is that as we talk about returning citizens and touch their lives, is to pull in members of our community. So I'm very, very excited to be in here today.
Thank you, Connie, and thank you, Heather. It's a pleasure to be working alongside you guys. My name is Marquise McKenzie. I am a proud member of FRRC. I also is a returning citizen, and I am the Chapter Development and Training Manager, and I'll pass it over to my brother, Darren.
Appreciate that, bro. Hello, FRRC family and allies. My name is Darren Mason, the Organizing and Voter Registration Manager here at FRRC, and I am super excited that we get to hang with you during Second Chance Month. And my role is just pretty much simple, is to organize returning citizens and their loved one and to give them their political power back and to build a powerhouse all across our state. So I'm excited to be here. I know that the crew is excited to be here. And we're going to just start off just this conversation about, what got you into this work. And so for me, I am directly impacted. And so throughout the course of this conference, I know you heard that directly impacted in returning citizens. So I'm not personally a returning citizen, but I have uncles that I watch come in and out the criminal justice system. And I know what it feels to be that one loved one that's left behind and wanted to see them enter back into society. So for me, this work is extremely personal on that supportive support side for those that have been incarcerated. So Ms. Connie, what about you? Like, what got you into this work of organizing?
Well, I've always lived the majority of my life growing up as a young woman and then raising my children inside of public housing. I've witnessed so many social changes, policies that impacted our lives in ways in which did not give opportunities to moving forward, but stood as a constant barrier of keeping people tied to the criminal justice system. And so, in fact, young men that I raised, men that I've loved, a community that I cherished, I saw the footprint of an unjust system impacted their lives in ways in which we needed to step forward. I needed to step forward and break the chain. And so I have dedicated my whole life to working to overcoming and exposing the barriers, fighting back, pushing against policies. And in doing that, part of the overall goal for me is bringing our community along, bringing ordinary people to the table, such as myself, to say that we can live in a just society. And one way in doing that is by community sharing its story and working with inside policy guidelines to make sure that we make necessary changes. You, Brother Marquise?
Thank you for that, Connie. So for you guys that listen, do you guys know that the state of Florida sends more kids to adult prison than any country? And unfortunately, I'm one of those kids, right? So at an early age, at the age of 15, I got took out of the juvenile system and charged as an adult for my very first offense. So this work is very personal to me, right? And I also made a vow to my brothers and sisters who are still incarcerated that when I get out, I will be advocating for them. So I spend my time fighting and advocating for the ones that's currently still incarcerated and the ones that cannot fight for themselves. So that's the reason why I do this work. What about you, Heather?
Yeah, I absolutely agree, Marquise. It's all about giving a voice to those that are constantly suppressed and silenced. And I got involved with, being directly impacted, this, seeing these things that happen, just, they tear at your heart. And when there's so many voices that can't speak for themselves, you have a responsibility to speak up with the things that you see going on. And so I agree with you. I think the thing that I enjoyed the most about this work is really finding and helping others find their power that's like, it's always been in themselves. Sometimes it just takes somebody else to find it in them. And then watching them step into that and really grow and become empowered into the people that, that they are truly meant to be, because they are there. It's just a matter of finding it. And so I think that's just a really beautiful process to watch and to be a part of.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you said that about like the enjoyment of this work and what we do. Because for me, like definitely to be able to see those in this past election cycle, I had the opportunity to manage our Canvas teams all across the state. And going to these offices and you're seeing first timers that's confused, that's nervous, that don't know about it, but they know they got that burning desire to do something, right? Like they know that I'm free now, what? And then to see them grow into our field organizers and some even to our Canvas managers and now organizers, actually made this into a career. And so for me, I love enjoying seeing people that come to us, just unsure, but just become empowered, and definitely just seeing them now being a beacon of hope of the same communities that they once were known or had influence in, and now they're going right back and doing it and changing lives. So to me, that's what I enjoyed the most. What about you, Ms. Connie?
Well, again, a lot of times we have real broad discussions, but we don't know how to move that from just table talking to action. One good thing about FRRC, it has invested and poured into individuals in our communities by just giving basic updates. I remember going to the Capitol with some individuals, even though being born here in the state of Florida, had never been to the Capitol. And so that preparation of just showing people how we can go and speak to our policymakers, how do we become informed on issues so we can have key talking points. And so it had the releasing of so much of fear and the unknown. And so it became like the joy. And so from those exercises of participation, people now feel like it's their duty. It's their duty to move forward with the information that they're learning through the organizational structure, and then to take that information and implement it in an action, take it out inside of our community, and always with the invite of asking people to come and be a part of this circle. Because we always say that we can't do this work alone. In order to get, fast, swift, and correct justice, membership building and forging ahead is how we win. And that's how we should measure it.
Marcus, I see you shaking your head, bro.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with all of you guys, right? And I can say, if I can name one reason, things that I enjoy about it is that I have a seat at the table that I was once confined to, right? No, I'm not on the opposite side of the table. I'm not the one that's causing the problems, but one who's uplifting solutions, right? And the most part about it is being able to say, this is where I was and this is where I am now. That gives so much hope to other returning citizens, even juveniles who are still incarcerated right now, to show them that their life is not, the mistake that they made and that their past doesn't determine their future. So being able to show other people that we can turn around and we can build that power and be positive impacts in our communities. And I enjoy what other job or opportunity to be able to fight against a system that once confined you and you was broken to.
All right, so I want to lighten it up real quick. So I want us to talk about how long we've been with FRRC and what is your funnest moment during the time of the work that we had. So I'm gonna go, so I don't know, because between Miss Connie and Marquise, y'all the OGs. So I know y'all got a lot of memories of like fun times. I just started in June, so I'm almost at my 1 year mark, but I ain't there yet. So Marquise, like, what is like one of the funniest moments so far doing the work here with FRRC?
I think one of the funniest moments, right, for me. So to answer both questions, I started with FRRC back in late 2014. And that was very early on with the petition when we was out collecting petitions for Amendment 4. And I think one of the funnest moments for me is when we went to Tallahassee for Advocacy Day, and the rep that we were supposed to meet with, we found him hiding because he couldn't face the pressure, even, was honest enough to sit with a group of returning citizens who were their constituents, and he was hiding from us and didn't really want to speak with us. And I thought it was very funny because it was like, wow, we got that much power that we got representatives hiding from us at their own job, right? So I think that was the funniest part. What about you, Ms. Connie?
Okay, so one of the most funniest things for me, I wasn't actually employed with FRRC, although I was doing some volunteer work, and we was campaigning around the state attorney race here in Hillsborough County. And so I just remember people saying, do something that would show a direct action. And so what we did was we went out to Party City and we purchased a coffin and, the Halloween, things there, items for Halloween, tombstone, a witch broom, shackles, gold, gold for ghosts. But we came back and decorated it, all of that stuff, and we put the former state attorney's picture on all of it. And so we went to the Soul to the Poll. It was about a ragtag group of 4 or 5 of us. And we stood all day at the polling site at Soul to the Poll with all of our gear, with the bullhorn, and we turned that election around. In fact, it became a victory for the community. And I could tell you that day it was so funny because I knew Des know me, but I was in my own moment, minding my own business, trying to make sure our community understood that a candidate that had caused us so much pain could not be supported, and very fortunately, he lost.
What about
Yeah,
you, Heather?
And I remember the first time that me and Miss Connie met, and I just awestruck with every word she said. She is such a phenomenal organizer. And I remember going up to her and saying, like, how do you do what you do? I want, like, if I could do this much of it, you know, if each of us could do this much of it, we can change the world. And I remember her telling me that story and me just being blown away, like, where is she of like these ideas? But she makes things happen, right? So sometimes it's not about doing conventional things, it's about doing the unconventional, and you know, making sure that we have that change. But yes, I remember that was our first conversation. You told me that story, Miss Connie. But I would say my I don't know that I have a funny story, but my funnest story would be definitely so I started volunteering with FRRC in 2018, and I went to Advocacy Day in 2019, and that was the first big thing I really did with FRRC. I don't even know if I had been to a meeting at that point. I had gotten a call from Miss Gail, and she said, we're going on a bus, we're going up to Tallahassee, come meet us at 4 o'clock in the morning. And I said, okay, I've never been to Tallahassee before. I got on that bus, they brought us up there, and they were like, we're going to talk to our representatives. We're going to tell them they work for us. I had never been into politics before. I truly did not realize that we could change things, that it was in our power. And I remember getting there, and they were like, you're going to go and you're going to talk to the representatives, and thinking, like, are you serious? Like, how am I going to be able to change things? Like, how am I going to be able to do this? And just learning for the first time that these are the people that work for us. They're supposed to have our issues as their issues. They're supposed to be looking out for us and our communities. That to me, just, I think that's like where the spark was, where once I became involved, I just thought, it changes the way your mind thinks. It changes it from, this is something that somebody else controls, to something that I control. And not only can I do this, but I'm doing this. And I think that's the biggest thing, is to get up out, like, sometimes you're just sitting and you're like, oh, I wish I could change this. I wish I could change that. It's just the matter of getting up and getting out and actually taking that action and changing things. It's easier than you think. It's just getting up and starting, right? So I think that's where it all started for me.
And yeah, because we're gonna talk about Advocacy Day, because all three of y'all have said it. And I'm jealous that the time I come be a part of FRRC is COVID. But real quick, my funniest moment with FRRC was this past January at our organizers retreat. And we did an activity just starting off with like doing a funny dance that represents your personality. And Marquise, I think Marquise had the best dance. And let me see if I can remember how you did it, Marquise. Oh, and just seeing Marquise do that dance, it was just the funniest thing ever, because Marquise is always laid back, low key, and you know, I just want everybody to have fun. And to see him do that dance, it kind of like really set the tone for the whole retreat. So that was the funniest thing ever, because I've been trying to practice that dance. And then he had on these boots. So you just imagine with those boots and his cowboy pants, it was just a hilarious thing. So, but just real quick, Marquise, can you sum up in like real quick, like what is Advocacy Day and why it's important with us here in the FRRC family, and how in the future can someone get involved?
Right. So Advocacy Day, if I can sum it up in a nutshell, is a day of power and a day of influence. And what I mean by that is that we was able, and I think if I'm not mistaken, able to take over 600 returning citizens to the state capitol at once, right? And you think about power. And when you look at it, a lot of constituents across the state haven't even had an opportunity to meet with their reps at their local office, right? So it built so much power to be able to have so many buses pull up right to Tallahassee, and we sit on those Capitol steps, and we talk and we plan and we execute and we go across the Capitol. It's just amazing. You see thousands of people, returning citizens, going across the Capitol, racing, trying to get to the meetings, coming out of the meetings. We taking up all the space. It's just a day of action where we go to the Capitol and we get to talk with our representatives right there. They can't avoid us. They can't say, hey, get with my assistant. We were right there at their front door until they open the door and allow us to speak. And I just hate that COVID came, but we switched to technology and we could do it Zoom. But Advocacy Day is a day of power, influence, and I say power because you give returning citizens power to be able to go in and talk to their reps, and the influence you show the reps that, because we all know politics, it moves by numbers, right? And if you look out your window and you see 1,000 of your constituents, I think that speak a lot of value, and it make you wonder, like, do I, make this the right decision to do the right things that my constituents want to, or do I go in the office and pack my bags because I know that's my last term?
And
Yeah.
so about Advocacy Day, you brought up a good point when you're talking about all of us talking to our representatives and stuff. So when we go in there and we talk with the representatives, it is surprising to realize that they don't know what's going on in the communities. They don't know the issues that we're facing, the barriers that people are facing. It's like when we go to them, they're hearing this for the first time. So I think it's really important for the people that do face it every single day to bring it to people's attention, because the thing is unless something is affecting your life, you're not always aware of it. So having to bring it up to people's attention and create that education and that awareness is very important. That was something that I really took away from Advocacy Day, was realizing that it wasn't even always necessarily that they didn't want to implement certain things, but that they were just ignorant over the different things that we needed to be implemented.
Yeah,
And so
that
for
is
me,
so true and so key. And Ms. Connie, I think you have one of the most iconic snippets of Advocacy Day. Like, I remember the first time I saw you on that bus and you was getting the troops ready. Like, what is those moments like going from Tampa to Tallahassee?
well, just, building confidence, instilling into our group that we needed to be persistent, that here we was going to be coming face to face, what I always consider you work in the interests of the people as a political leader. And of course you get there by virtue of the vote of the people. So going into Advocacy Day, we kind of like steered people like, you the boss for the day, but we want you to be respectful and have a mutual, coming to a meeting of the mind. And so when we got to our state representative, he had a different thought in terms of how Amendment 4 should have been laid out. We know for a fact that our leadership had worked on Amendment 4 for a number of years. They had crafted the correct language for Amendment 4. And so we was determined that there was not going to be any touching of that amendment by someone who represented us. And so what happened that day is that the people was very, very clear that Amendment 4, the way it had been written by our leadership, was to remain in the language without any changes, and we left with a quiet or else. And so what happened, we had no touches or changes to Amendment 4. And what was so good about it is that the people in our bus knew that there was some power changes, but when they found out that no changes had occurred, they really understood a sense of real power and how organized power wins.
So speaking of that power, of that organized power, right now we are in session in the legislature right now. There are some things that's coming that we at FRRC support, and there's some things that we typically don't really support. But we do have some good wins that we are tracking, and one of those wins were March 10th with the announcement of the clemency. And so anybody want to kind of share what happened with clemency and where we are right now?
Yeah, so I definitely would jump in with that, right? And being a person who's directly impacted, I think what we've seen with clemency was, again, an example of what power looked like and what influence looked like, right? And for many years, and crazy thing about it, my first time attending a clemency hearing was at Tallahassee during Advocacy Day. I actually snuck off and didn't go to one of the meetings because we had enough members there, right? I said, I want to see what clemency looked like. And I went in there, and before it started, the fun story, and I think I should have said this, I actually took 1,000 pictures in the governor's chair, right? So I sat in his chair and I took pictures. I put my feet up on the thing. It was like, this is my house, right? But what we see in the clemency is that the governor's made changes that can help clear some of the backlog, right? And when I sat in that clemency hearing, I seen an individual that put in an application that was 30 years old. And at that time, I was only 29. Right, so this guy has been waiting for a second chance as long as I've been living. And just past March 10th, we see that the governor has put out new changes. For example, that you don't have to wait 3 to 7 years to apply for clemency. As soon as you walk out of those gates, as soon as you're done with probation, as soon as you're done with your sentence, you can apply for clemency, right? And we also see, made a change that if you have your voting rights back up under Amendment 4, you're able now to have all of your civil rights back, right? For to sit on jury, to run for office. So there's many changes that we see the government make to clemency, and one of the biggest things that he's finding a way to fix the backlog so many people don't be waiting years and years, right? You have people that passed away and wasn't even able to be granted clemency. So we're looking forward to see some of those changes. I know it's very huge, and it's going to help the state and give a lot of other people second chances.
And I want to just echo what Brother Marquis says, that what we see now with clemency changes, that all speaks to the power of the people. That speaks to organized leadership staying laser focused, because the way clemency ran in the past was dependent upon the appetite of whoever is in charge. And so if you had a Republican leadership, the chances of you having a clear clemency hearing, I think on a year run, there was less than maybe 50. Some administrations did 8 a year. And then on the flip side, so now we don't have to be swayed by the political parties being in charge. We would have a clear pathway to gaining our full civil rights through this clemency. And then it gives the people tremendous opportunity in redirecting their course in life. Those that want to move toward receiving professional license, those that want to move into home ownership. We are going to stay laser focused to make sure that clemency does just what it says it should do and what it's supposed to do in the restoration of people's civil rights. So I think that that's something that we definitely have to get out to the community to start instilling that sense of hope in our community, that it's not a day of politics as usual anymore. But when you have organizations that are working in conjunction with the will of the people, things that the people need to see systematically changes, then this is one of the processes that we are going to be able to measure out in the long term for the community.
Come on, somebody. Y'all better come get some of this FRRC power to the people. So real quick, let's just kind of walk through some of the key bills that's going on right now in Tallahassee. So the first one, let's talk about real quick. So we have SB 90, which is the election administration. And it's pretty much that it's a bill that will enact several restrictions on vote by mail. And FRC, we oppose that. You know, but we believe in access to power is through access for the right to vote for all. So that is something that we're definitely opposed right now. HB1, combating public disorder, also known as the protest bill here in the state of Florida, as well as SB 274, which is the juvenile diversion program expungement. We support that here at FRC. And then we have the SB 1026, background screening. This bill will require employers that use prison labor to ban the box on job applications, which is very vital, very important into the work that we're doing here. And so definitely want to just kind of like emphasize on SB 90 and SB 274, and just the impact of restricting voter registration. Like, what comes to mind when you think about that, Ms. Connie?
Well, our legislators and have an opportunity to get on the right side of history. And right now, what we see is all across America in a lot of places, ordinary working class people, people that don't want to move backwards but move forward, is saying open up the process of voting in so many different ways that would give people access to the poll and ensure that people have real opportunity to democracy. And so politicians that's not lining up with that, there might be some serious consequences to pay in the next election cycle. And so I'm feeling confident that the people, we have our eyes wide open. We have an opportunity to exercise our vote, our power, and just to keep pushing that ball until everybody have an opportunity to experience democracy through the ballot of the vote.
Marquise, like, what does that mean for you as somebody that has gone through this, and what impact would that be?
Wow, you know, anything that got to do with juvenile justice reform, I'm all over it, right? I think this is huge, right? For example, like, you know, you have me, again, who was took out of the juvenile system at the age of 15, right? I can't buy cigarettes at the age of 15. I can't buy alcohol, right? And it's proven by scientists that juveniles' brains are not developing until at the age of 25. So why are we treating them as an adult, right? Not saying that we shouldn't hold them accountable, but not as an adult. I think this diversion bill will definitely help a lot of juveniles who have made mistakes, right? Some, we don't know what's going on in their household and the reason why they're making these mistakes, but for them to be able to have a second chance at life, right? Because again, once you get that felony offense on your record, you're scarred for life, right? Again, I made my mistake at the age of 15. I'm 30. I still can't put my name on a rental application. So allowing these juveniles to go through these diversion programs allow them to have a second chance and have them have a shot at life once they get to adulthood. So I think this is huge. I love the way that it's moving. And I think this is one of the bills that we actually are going to see passed past. And it's very needed because, again, a lot of our kids are trapped in the system, and they shouldn't be confined to that system for the rest of their life because of a mistake that they made at an early age. So I'm praying and hoping and I'm pushing and continue to educate our communities and uplift juveniles all across the state to be able to have a second chance at life.
Absolutely. And like that right there, that story is just something that just keeps to my heart of why we do the work that we do, because some great progress for this bill is that it has passed the Senate. And so right now we are, yes, like super excited about that. And now it's, hey, there you go. There go that dance. And so now we're just waiting for the House. And so just to kind of tie everything about like back together, like how do you get involved? Like how do you advocate? Like why does that matter? And the first thing is to connect with your local House of Representatives, because the ball is in their court right now. You know what I'm saying? Make those phone calls, you know what I'm saying? Send those emails, just let them know that you personally support this bill, SB 274. And we believe in that it's going to pass because just the amount of impact and lives change. You know, we have our chapter meetings every first of the month, and we hear it all the time, right, Marquise? I did this when I was 16, and now I'm 40 years old. Or I did this when I was 18, and I still can't live. I'm alive, but I can't live. And so that's what, you know, our work here and why it matters. And this is just the support and just living testimony that this is real life. Like, this ain't scandal or just something that we watch on TV. Like the things that we do and the power that we have is real and it really works. And so I'm so excited. So when this bill passed, bro, I'm in Duval right now, but I'm definitely coming to Orange County is turning up with you and celebrating of this long journey that we have. And so what is one action? I already kind of gave one away, but what is one action that somebody can get to be a part of helping doing the work with returning citizens and giving them their power back? Marquise?
Yeah, so it's many actions, right? I wish we could say what is some action, but it's one action. I'm gonna try to sum it down. I think one action that we could do and many others is continue to share the story, right? I've learned over the years that sharing your story really helps heal people and it brings people closer to the movement, because not everybody who's going through things realize that they can actually be a part of it. And we also seen that when people who are directly impacted or returning citizens be a part of the work, it's an easier chance for us to get things done. And I think, you know, so for me, it's continuing to share your story. You know, who never know who's waiting to hear it, and who's need to be encouraged. And that sharing your story can spark fire and so many others to get involved as well. So for me, it's story sharing, continue to share your story.
Heather, so as our chapter development coordinator, what are some actions that you can think of that somebody can get involved with the work of organizing returning citizens?
Yeah, so I try to keep things very simple. I mean, you can have the, oh, this is the list of actions that I need to do to be successful, or these are the things I need to do to be, you know, to make a change. But I feel like there's one action that will lead you to success and to change, and that is just to treat one another as humans, not as labels, but as human beings. And by doing so, you'll treat everyone as a brother, you'll treat everyone as a sister, as a mother, as a father, as a human being, and you'll always want the best for someone else, and you won't be looking to constantly, you know, punish and continue to punish after, you know, after sentences are completed. And it will just, I feel like that's the one takeaway. I know, you know, we've had 2 days of this conference of all these things to do, right? So that can be really overwhelming. But I would say the first thing that we can do is just start treating each other as humans, see each other as humans. Don't see each other as labels, right? So stop seeing people as felons, ex-cons. I mean, start seeing everyone as a human, right? That's the reason we say returning citizen, right? To change that narrative. So if we could all just see each other and treat each other as human beings, I mean, it would change everything. And just, I believe, by doing that one thing, that effect, it'll just domino.
The action for me is always to listen and to invite. And so I listen intently when people are sharing their story to me and seeking a solution. And I try to make it as simplified as possible, that we can overturn every barrier if we just step forth, and we are more effective if we are organized, and the more people we can bring along, the quicker we can get to the solution. So listening, moving forward, developing an action plan, boom, we got a victory. It's not that complicated. And the more of us are moving in this direction, even when we have some obstacles that we personally have to bear, that if it's enough of us, we just keep on moving that ball. And I'm just believing right now that we're on the right side of history, because so many things that we are now living is things that is being repeated. And those, in that repetition, there was many defeats, but now we have an opportunity. This generation is to defeat it for good, so we can have an America, we can have a world where everybody can move comfortable and be able to live its full dreams. And so that's what I'm hoping every day.
Thank y'all so much. Of just those key actions, and everything that we said today was simple. Just simple little acts that we can do to make impact in our communities, and especially those that are returning citizens and their loved ones. And so we had major takeaways from these past 2 days. Hope that you are excited and ready to get to work. But if you're looking to say, well, I want to do action with y'all guys, with you, Ms. Connie, Marquise, and Heather, and Darren, how do I connect? So definitely go to our website, www.floridarrc.com, and then that way you can get plugged into our chapters. First Thursdays is our chapter meetings. Second week of the month is our political action team, where you can learn more about these bills that we talked about, as well as third week of the month is going to be town halls. So show up, ask questions, and then definitely come to our voter registration, where we knock on doors, and definitely hit up our hotline. So, but all in all, take action and go to our website, and you'll get everything that you need to get plugged in. So we hope that you enjoyed this conference. We hope that you were inspired. And again, as Marquise said, do not be afraid to share your story, because you don't know who you might impact by just being you. All right, so with that said, thank y'all so much. We appreciate you, and have a great rest of your week.
Because we got that felony next to our name, that we got that convict next to our name. Nobody would listen because we couldn't even vote. But we can vote today. We have an opportunity to have our voices heard today. Every frustration you've ever had, not being able to get a job, not being able to get housing, let it embrace all of that. And when somebody said our time, we don't wait for it right now. Our time, right? Our time. Oh, there's not enough pain. Y'all still leaving some pain on the table. Our time. Our time. Our time. It's our time right now, y'all. It's our time. The time for games and all that other stuff that don't matter, it's over. It's over. If you're tired of that pain and that frustrations, if you're tired of always being a second-class citizen and overlooked, this is our moment. This is our moment. We are God's chosen people. That's what he does. I don't care what religion you practice, you'll see it. It's the people that have gone through something that are used to transform not only a state, not only a country, but what we do will transform the world.
Thank you for tuning in to our Reimagining Justice Conference 2021. I really enjoyed myself. I learned a lot. I took notes. I'm ready to get involved in my community. I'm ready to go to those commission meetings. I'm ready to get a group of people together with me. Neil, how you feeling?
Thanks so much, Denisha. I'm excited about Reimagining Justice Conference too. Thanks so much for taking part in the Reimagining Justice Conference over the last 2 days. If you have not gotten plugged into FRRC yet, now is the time to do it. Go to our website, FloridaRRC.com. Again, that's www.FloridaRRC.com. There's a way to get plugged into a local chapter. There's a way to learn more about our policy platform. There's a way for you to take that next step. Whatever it is, take the next step. Because as we've learned with this Reimagining Justice Conference, it takes all of us to get the vision and to move forward to a better future together. And that's what this conference is all about, and that's what we're going to continue to move forward in. And so get plugged in today. I just want to say thank you one more time to everybody who took part in the conference, the panelists, the participants, and everyone who watched. It's been an honor to do this with you today. Thanks again. That was fun. Justice.
All up in Supreme Court, fighting for amendment vote. Screaming, let my people vote. We canvassing from door to door. We seeking 100% of citizens returning. This more than just a presidential election, we're concerning the county commissioner, Georgia sheriffs, and state attorneys. Now that we get a voice in this vote, they nervous. FRRC, FRRC, our vote, our voice. That's you, that's me. FRRC, FRRC. That's you, that's me. That's you, that's me. One vote, all voice, all that dream, man. Come together as a team. All these votes matter. 1.5 million returning citizens. We done got over